must answer denial. Algeria was the first country to recognize the state of Palestine 37 years ago. And we now call upon all nations that have yet to do so, catch up with history. Third, the Palestinians must be empowered on their land. Displacement must be rejected. Land must be protected. Settlements must be criminalized. Impunity must end. But before all this, before all else, there must be a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, not temporary, not conditional, an immediate and conditional and permanent ceasefire. Aid must flow, not trickle. Children must eat, not starve. Co-chair, in conclusion, allow me to recall the words of President Abdelmajid Tebboune. Algeria is with Palestine, and we shall not waver. We shall not abandon the just cause of the Palestinian people until they obtain their full and undiminished rights. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Algeria. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
Distinguished co-chairs and excellencies, at the outset, I would like to thank the co-chairs France and Saudi Arabia for their leadership in convening this high-level conference. I also commend the efforts of the chairs of the 8 working groups for their valuable contributions in outlining the broad contours and action points related to various aspects of the two-state solution. The stated intent of the international community as expressed at the United Nations since 1947 has consistently been the establishment of 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. In 1974, the question of Palestine was reintroduced in the General Assembly's agenda, and since then, it has reaffirmed the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, national independence, and sovereignty. Deliberations during the preparation for the conference confirmed that the international community continues to believe that there is no substitute for a 2-state solution. In 1988, India became one of the first countries to recognize the state of Palestine with firm support and commitment to the 2-state solution. I am pleased to underscore that India led by example in this regard more than 37 years ago. The conference offers an opportunity to reflect on the path traversed thus far in the journey towards achieving peace through a 2-state solution. Our efforts must now focus on how to bring about a 2-state solution through purposeful dialogue and diplomacy and bringing the parties to the conflict to engage directly with each other. Reaffirmation of support must take the form of actionable steps that pave the way for the 2-state solution. Identification of such steps and their implementation modalities demand our collective attention and effort. Friends, let us be clear on some basic prerequisites. First, the humanitarian assistance pillar demands our immediate attention and action. The human suffering in Gaza continues unabated. Tens of thousands have been killed and many more injured. Several medical facilities have been damaged or destroyed. Children have been deprived of schooling for more than 20 months. Humanitarian aid needs to flow without impediments. Second, let us also not forget the plight of the hostages and their families. There can be no justification whatsoever for terrorism, for addressing any root cause or political grievance. Third, Palestinians in Gaza must have access to food, fuel, and other basic necessities without hindrance. Humanitarian assistance is vital in sustaining life and must remain outside the realm of politics or conflict. Fourth, civilians, including women and children, have the right to lead normal lives. In the years ahead, meticulous reconstruction and rehabilitation efforts of a substantially large scale will be required. To this end, India takes note of the plan endorsed by the leaders of the Arab states. We stand ready to do our share in this important task. Distinguished co-chairs, economic prospects and viability for a Palestinian state are crucial. While aid and support are essential for the Palestinian people in rebuilding their lives, it's equally important to create hope and economic structures conducive for investment and employment. India has been making concerted efforts to bring about a tangible impact on the daily lives of the Palestinian people by implementing human-centric projects in diverse sectors. The total commitment by India on this front stands at around $160 million. In doing so, we have also partnered with the Palestinian Authority and the United Nations. Another vital aspect is security. A stable arrangement that suitably caters to the security needs of both sides is necessary. Neither party should feel insecure. A sovereign, viable, and independent state of Palestine within recognized and mutually agreed borders, living side by side with Israel in peace and security, is a prerequisite for enduring peace and sustainable development. India has been clear on the measures that must be undertaken in the short term: an immediate ceasefire, sustained and unimpeded humanitarian assistance, a release of all hostages, and the path of dialogue and diplomacy. There are no alternatives to these measures. We appreciate the efforts of all friendly states that have facilitated such measures between the parties. Co-chairs, the overall sentiment in this forum is clear. It is also India's earnest desire to see peace and calm prevail in the Middle East. Lasting solutions are required to achieve this. Certain action points are emerging from the conference. Following up on them is the key. Let us not be content with paper solutions, but strive to achieve practical solutions that actually make a tangible difference in the daily lives of our Palestinian brothers and sisters. India expresses its complete readiness to contribute to this noble endeavor. I thank you, co-chairs.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe expresses its deep appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic for their leadership in convening this high-level conference. This initiative provides us with an opportunity to reaffirm our collective commitment to a just, lasting, and comprehensive resolution to the question of Palestine, one that is grounded in the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, international law, and the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Co-chairs, we are meeting at a time when the Palestinian people are enduring one of the gravest chapters of displacement, devastation, and despair in living memory. The relentless bombardment and military operations by Israel have wrought unspeakable suffering in Gaza and the broader occupied Palestinian territories, tearing apart families, silencing the laughter of children, and laying waste the foundations of hope. As the innocent perish and the cries of the afflicted rise in anguish, we must pause and search our conscience. Where is our humanity? Where is the compassion that should stir every heart? Zimbabwe joins the moral conscience of the world in condemning these acts as egregious violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. We call with urgency and resolve for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, the cessation of all hostilities, and the unfettered delivery of life-saving humanitarian aid. Let us not turn away in indifference, but respond with the justice, mercy, and courage that our shared humanity demands of us. Co-chairs, Zimbabwe holds that sustainable peace and security for both Palestinians and Israelis can only be achieved through the full realization of the two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine. Only through dismantling the occupation and restoration of Palestinian sovereignty can we address the root causes of the insecurity and foster mutual recognition and legal parity. The preservation of the two-state solution must move beyond rhetoric to tangible and enforceable action, and immediate priorities must include: 1, the end of the blockade on Gaza; 2nd, a cessation of illegal settlements, activities, and forced evictions; 3rd, the restoration of Palestinian civil infrastructure and economic viability; 4th, the protection of civilians and accountability for violations. In addition, the economic revitalization of the occupied Palestinian territory, including lifting restrictions on movement, rebuilding essential infrastructure, and enabling trade and investment, is foundational. Political solutions will remain fragile unless anchored in economic sovereignty. Zimbabwe supports enhanced technical and logistical support to Palestinian Authority security institutions. We also underscore the importance of confidence-building measures such as the release of hostages, of detainees, and robust international monitoring mechanisms. Security guarantees in peace talks must be equitable and rooted in justice, and must not entrench the occupation under any guise of protection. A just resolution of the refugee question, consistent with the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 194, also remains essential to the broader architecture of peace. In this regard, Zimbabwe supports the exploration of a United Nations mandated stabilization or protection mission with a clearly defined mandate. Its priorities should include civilian protection, monitoring of ceasefires, support of Palestinian security forces, oversight of demilitarized zones as mutually agreed. Co-chairs, we welcome the establishment of the Global Alliance for the implementation of the two-state solution and commend the inclusive structure of this conference. The envisaged outcome document must articulate unequivocally the urgency of ending occupation, restoring Palestinian sovereignty, and ensuring lasting peace and security for all. In conclusion, Zimbabwe reiterates its unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people. We reaffirm our support for a viable, independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital, coexisting in peace and security with the State of Israel, in line with the relevant UN resolutions and international law. Let us summon the collective resolve to translate our shared commitments as expressed at this conference into concrete action. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru.
Señor presidente,
Mr. Chairman,
permítame iniciar estas palabras
allow me to begin my
agradeciendo a Arabia
statement
Saudita,
by thanking the
Francia,
Kingdom of Saudi
y al
Arabia,
secretario general
France,
de las Naciones Unidas
and
por
the
la
Secretary
convocatoria
General
de
of the
esta
United
importante
Nations
conferencia.
for convening this important
El
conference,
objeto de la misma es
the aim
abordar
of
la
which is
sensible
to
situación
address
de la
the
población
sensitive
palestina
situation of the
y la
Palestinian
implementación de
population
una solución
and the
biestatal
implementation of a
sustentada en el
two-state
derecho
solution grounded
internacional,
in
en las
international law
garantías de seguridad
and
que
in
permitan a
security
las partes
guarantees
armonizar sus
enabling the
posiciones
parties to
como
harmonize their
muestra de un
positions
compromiso
as a
genuino con la
demonstration
paz.
of a genuine
El
commitment to
aumento de
peace.
la tensión, la
The
violencia
heightening
sistemática,
tensions, systematic
el
violence,
constante
and the
deterioro
ongoing
de la situación
deterioration of the
humanitaria en la
humanitarian
franja de Gaza
situation
y
in
en
the Gaza Strip
Cisjordania
and the
son
West
una
Bank
preocupación
are
cada vez mayor
of
para la
increasing
comunidad
concern to the
internacional
international
y el
community.
Perú lamenta profundamente.
These are
El
concerns that
gobierno del
Peru
Perú
deeply
reitera aquí
shares.
su
The
profunda
government of Peru
preocupación
reiterates
por el
here its
agravamiento
profound
de la
concern
situación
over the
a
worsening of
partir del
this
7 de
situation
octubre
since
del
the 7th of
2023,
October 2023,
fecha en la que se produjeron los
the
condenables
date
ataques terroristas de
which saw
Hamas
the
a Israel.
deplorable terrorist attacks by Hamas against
Como
Israel.
país que en el pasado ha
Peru,
sufrido
as a
crueles
country
actos de
that
terrorismo,
has itself
los
suffered
rechaza en
cruel
todas
acts
sus
of
formas
terrorism
y
in the past,
manifestaciones, sin
unequivocally
distinguir
rejects
quién los
terrorism
cometa
in
o de
all
dónde
its forms and
provenga.
manifestations,
Sin embargo,
irrespective of the perpetrator
no podemos
of
dejar de
or the
mencionar
origin.
y de lamentar
Nevertheless,
profundamente
we
el
cannot
sufrimiento
fail to
inhumano
acknowledge and
de
deeply
millones de
regret the
palestinos
inhumane suffering of
desplazados
millions of
en medio de
displaced
una
Palestinians
inminente hambruna
amidst
y de una
imminent famine and the
obstaculización inaceptable y
unacceptable and
sistemática
systematic
del ingreso de ayuda
obstruction of the
humanitaria.
entry of
Todo
humanitarian
ello
aid,
en abierta transgresión
all of
al
which
derecho
is
internacional
a
humanitario.
clear violation of
Los
international
ataques en
humanitarian
Gaza,
law.
que las fuerzas de
The
defensa
attacks in
israelí
Gaza,
manifiestan que se
which the
realizan en
Israeli
contra de la
Defense
organización
Forces claim
terrorista
are
Hamas,
directed against the terrorist
conforme lo ha
organization
señalado la Oficina
Hamas,
del Alto
have,
Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para
according
los
to the
Derechos Humanos,
UN Office
se
of the
ejecutan
High Commissioner for
sin
Human Rights,
considerar
been
los
carried
principios
out
de
without due
distinción,
regard for the principles of
proporcionalidad y
distinction,
precaución,
proportionality,
lo
and
cual al
proportion.
25 de julio han provocado al menos
All of this, by the 25th of July, had resulted in at least 59,219 Palestinian fatalities, most of whom are women and children, and more than 143,000 wounded, according to figures published by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. In this unpredictable context, the only thing that isn't letting up is violence. In such a context, it is essential to take decisive steps to de-escalate the current situation and to relaunch the peace process that is being promoted by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States of America, whose mediation efforts are aimed at restoring the implementation of the ceasefire agreement in its subsequent phases. In this regard, Peru joins the Secretary General's call for the parties to declare an immediate ceasefire, the immediate release of all hostages, and the removal of any obstacles preventing the entry of humanitarian aid under United Nations administration. All of this, of course, in line with the resolutions of the Security Council, the General Assembly, and the provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice, to bring an end to the suffering of a population which today is particularly vulnerable, is suffering displacement, and lacks the basic conditions for their survival. We support the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, and we reject any measure that entails their forced displacement, as well as the use of starvation of civilians in need as a method of war. It is essential that the humanitarian work of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East continue. This is particularly the case now, given the current circumstances. We also express our concern over the deaths of more than 300 UNRWA humanitarian workers in the Gaza Strip since the onset of the conflict, including United Nations personnel, who continue to suffer from this. Their protection, in accordance with international law and international humanitarian law is a binding obligation for all parties. The lack of a solution to this grave humanitarian crisis calls into question the principles, values, and objectives of our organization. Hence, all efforts aimed at persuading the parties to demonstrate flexibility and to address their differences in a tolerant and transparent manner, seeking common ground through a peaceful approach, are indispensable and are urgent. Indeed, these efforts must receive the support of the international community as a whole. Chair, I conclude by expressing Peru's commitment to the pursuit of peace and to its principles-based position on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The government of Peru, led by the President Dina Boluarte, reiterates its support for initiatives aimed at achieving a long-term political solution based on the existence of two states, Palestine and Israel. Two states coexisting peacefully within recognized, secure, and mutually agreed borders. All of this in accordance with international law, relevant United Nations resolutions, and the purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Peru is a country with a long-held tradition of compliance with international law. For this reason, we support the peaceful settlement of disputes. We will continue to be a staunch advocate of multilateralism, preventive diplomacy, and respect for human dignity. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Peru. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay.
Muy buenas tardes.
Very good afternoon.
Señores copresidentes,
Co-chairs, distinguished representatives, for Uruguay, this conference represents an urgent opportunity to bring an end to the deep-rooted humanitarian crisis being suffered in Gaza and to forge towards a lasting peace between Israel and Palestine based on international law. The two-state solution is the cornerstone of our country's historic position on the question of the Middle East, a solution that we have supported since the United Nations first began addressing this issue. In 1947, Uruguay's then permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Enrique Rodriguez Fabregat, played a significant role in the partition plan. Uruguay then voted in favor of General Assembly Resolution 181 and was one of the first countries to recognize the State of Israel and to establish diplomatic relations in 1948. Montevideo then became the first Latin American capital to host an Israeli embassy. To ensure that we remain consistent with this position, and because we believe that recognition of the State of Palestine is a necessary precondition for peace, not a consequence of it, in 2011 we took a significant step recognizing Palestine as a state. Since then, Uruguay has maintained an embassy in Ramallah, and the State of Palestine has an embassy in Montevideo. Today, Uruguay comes to this important conference to, more than ever, reaffirm our commitment to the two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. This is the only truly viable solution, since it respects the principle of people's right to self-determination and also offers the prospect of lasting peace in the region where Israelis and Palestinians could live together in peace and security. Uruguay is a state and a nation whose foreign policy is firmly rooted in respect for international law. When violations of international law and international humanitarian law are as clear as those that we see currently, mainly in Gaza but also in the West Bank, condemning such acts becomes both a matter of ensuring basic consistency with our foreign policy and also a moral imperative. For this reason, the government of Uruguay has condemned the attacks by Israeli forces on the Palestinian civilian population, including the recent recent attacks on individuals approaching humanitarian aid distribution centers designated by Israel in Gaza. And it has urgently called on the government of Israel to guarantee the free, safe and unfettered access for humanitarian aid through the United Nations in accordance with the principles of international humanitarian law. Since October 2023, more than 56,000 Palestinians have died, most of them women and children, and 1 in 4 Gazans is facing a critical risk of famine, according to the WHO. The expansion of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, represents a flagrant violation of international law and one of the greatest obstacles to the two-state solution and to achieving a just and lasting peace. Therefore, Uruguay has called for an end to all settlement building activity. Similarly, we reject any action that promotes territorial or demographic changes in the occupied Palestinian territory. In this regard, Uruguay reaffirms its support for the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of July 2024 on the legal consequences of Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories. This opinion determined that the occupation was unlawful and that Israel must end its presence in the occupied territories. Co-chairs, Uruguay welcomes the recent decisions taken by various member states to recognize Palestine as a state. This international recognition contributes to the pursuit of peace between both states based on international law. It will further serve as momentum for Palestine's admission as a full member of this organization. Uruguay will continue to demand compliance with international law, human rights, and international humanitarian law in Palestine and in Israel. It is essential to resume, and we support, diplomatic efforts aimed at achieving an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the undelayed delivery of humanitarian aid in accordance with the principles of international humanitarian law, and the immediate release of all hostages. With renewed belief in international law, diplomacy and peace, Uruguay reaffirms its firm and unwavering commitment to the two-state solution and to the right of all peoples to live in security, freedom and dignity. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Seychelles.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Seychelles extends its sincere appreciation to France and Saudi Arabia for their leadership as co-chairs during this pivotal moment, when the vision of a two-state solution feels more distant than ever. We also commend the co-facilitators' consultative approach and their essential work in guiding us toward solutions on the Palestine issue. We gather here today not just to exchange statements, but to collectively reaffirm our responsibility. The need for principled action by this body and by the broader international community is greater than ever. We must ensure that a just and sustained outcome for Palestine remains within reach, and that our collective efforts are not merely rhetorical, but grounded in implementation. The paralysis of the Security Council and rising unilateral actions have deepened the crisis. At this juncture, it is critical that the voices of all member states be heard. If there is to be true consensus on peace, it must be broad, inclusive, and unwavering in its commitment to international law. At a time when countless lives have been lost, and an entire population continues to live under the weight of conflict, the urgency of global action cannot be overstated. The two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security, remains the internationally recognized framework for resolution. It is rooted in key UNSC resolutions, including 242, 338, 1397, and 2334, and supported by decades of international consensus. Yet, the situation on the ground continues to deteriorate. The violence against civilians, the devastation in Gaza, and the absence of any possible political horizon have made the path to peace appear increasingly elusive. The status quo is not only untenable, it is dangerous. It fosters despair, radicalization, and deepens distrust. The United Nations must respond with renewed clarity and determination. It must continue to uphold the legal foundations of the two-state solution and strengthen the support for Palestinian institution building and economic development, including through agencies such as UNRWA, which remains essential to the well-being of millions of Palestinians. At the same time, the protection of civilians is paramount. Humanitarian assistance must be allowed to flow without obstruction, particularly in Gaza, where the humanitarian situation remains deeply concerning. A permanent ceasefire is urgently needed. The immediate and unconditional release of all hostages must be ensured. These are not merely political objectives, but shared humanitarian responsibilities. The right to life, dignity, and peace must be safeguarded for all. Seychelles reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine, grounded in the principle of equal rights and the self-determination of peoples. The two-state solution must not become a fading aspiration. Seychelles recognized the State of Palestine's declaration of independence in 1988 and welcomes the renewed momentum to fulfill our obligations as an international community. It is the only viable pathway to lasting peace, a sovereign and independent Palestine existing alongside Israel, with both states living in peace and security. If reassurance is what is sought by either side, then let us offer it. The cycle of violence must end. The suffering must end. Humanity must prevail, and the time to act is now. I thank you.
I
thank the distinguished representative of Seychelles and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Distinguished co-chairs, Excellencies, the moment has arrived to pursue sincere and renewed efforts toward achieving lasting peace in the Middle East. The situation in the region calls for decisive action, as it can no longer endure repeated cycles of violence, suffering, and humanitarian disaster. Poland's position on the main topic of the conference is clear. We remain firmly committed to the implementation of the two-state solution. It is important to recall that Poland recognized Palestinian statehood back in 1988, more than 35 years ago. We thus thank France and Saudi Arabia for your efforts to enhance global support for the two-state solution. To realize this goal, Poland maintains that Israel's long-term security can only be achieved by the diplomatic engagement with its neighbors. Abraham Accords, facilitated by the United States, serve as the best example to follow. Yet, to enable a diplomatic solution, the Palestinian issue must be addressed. Excellencies, Poland condemns all forms of terrorism, whether state-sponsored or carried out by the non-state actors. Terrorism is no solution to any problems. It only deepens suffering and instability of people, states, and regions. In this context, we fully support Israel's sovereign right to self-defense and persistently call for an unconditional release of Hamas-held Israeli hostages. But we cannot tolerate Israel's policies that result in civilians dying of hunger on the Israeli-occupied Palestinian territories. Poland upholds its position that the limitation of humanitarian aid deliveries to the Gaza Strip, employed by the Israeli authorities as a means of exerting pressure on Hamas, constitutes an unacceptable violation of the principles of international law. We call for immediate, full and sustained humanitarian access. Poland also sees the necessity of resuming the activities of UNRWA in the occupied territories. We continue to provide financial support to this United Nations agency. Excellencies, a new momentum is emerging, although we are fully aware that achieving a two-state solution is bleak and requires breakthrough efforts. In this context, we are particularly alarmed by the recent Knesset resolution calling on the government to, and I quote, extend Israeli sovereignty over Judea and Samaria and the Jordan Valley, end of quote, which effectively amounts to the annexation of the occupied territories of the West Bank. In conclusion, Excellencies, allow me to underscore that Poland strongly condemns the violation of international law and international humanitarian law, including the Gaza Strip, and we have often taken a public stance on these matters. We call for an immediate restoration of the humanitarian access to Gaza and the resumption of the food and medical aid convoys. In this spirit, we have recently joined the British initiative, together with 30 like-minded foreign ministers, to address the grave situation on the ground in Gaza. Above all, we express our strong hope for a swift agreement on the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, one that will also ensure the immediate release of all hostages held by Hamas. Peace, security and human dignity must prevail, and I thank you.
I
thank the distinguished representative of Poland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brunei Darussalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very good afternoon. Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Brunei Darussalam appreciates Saudi Arabia and France for their leadership to advance a just, comprehensive and lasting resolution on Palestine. We also appreciate the co-chairs of the working groups for the tireless efforts and work in ensuring substantive outcomes for the conference. It was unfortunate that this conference was postponed at a time when there was momentum towards sustainable peace. Events since then have shown it is more important now than ever to collectively restore that momentum and achieve meaningful progress. Brunei has long advocated for the two-state solution as the only solution for peace in the Middle East. It is the realization of the two states living side by side in peace with one another as good neighbors, based on pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as the capital of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine. This framework, endorsed by the United Nations and supported by the majority of the international community, must be respected, and the path towards ending decades of occupation, territorial expansion and conflict. Yet why has this not materialized? Certainly not due to lack of intention. There have been about 299 resolutions adopted under the Security Council alone, reflecting clear and consistent commitment grounded firmly in principles of international law and human rights. Failure therefore lies in the lack of action, lack of sincerity in recognizing and accepting the two-state solution, and lack of international will to enforce compliance. The failure to implement obligations under international law and United Nations resolutions perpetuates a cycle of violations leading to untold suffering and violence, and ultimately acts that have increasingly been recognized as amounting to genocide. Those resolutions reflecting the collective will of the international community must be honored to ensure they do not remain mere words on paper. We therefore welcome the initiative by the Hague Group of countries in holding accountable the occupying power for the continued violations. Although Brunei Darussalam is a small state, we are committed to supporting the peace process through various means, whether political, financial, humanitarian, or capacity building for the long-term future and development of Palestine. We welcome efforts to reconstruct Gaza and hope that initiatives such as the recent meeting of the Conference on Cooperation among East Asian Countries for Palestinian Development, CPAD, and the widely supported Arab Plan will materialize into tangible proposals. We also believe that regional organizations have an important role to play in global efforts, and we pledge to work within organizations that we are member of, such as the OIC and ASEAN, to explore avenues to support and recognition of the two-state solution. Brunei Darussalam reaffirms its unwavering support of and strongly calls for the admission of the State of Palestine as a full United Nations member state. This recognition would demonstrate not only our steadfast commitment to the two-state solution, but also reflect the global consensus towards justice and self-determination. Co-chairs, Excellencies, we stand at a critical juncture. For the eventual realization of two states and towards a future of reconstruction and economic viability, trust is key. How can only be felt if there is commitment. A commitment by all sides to immediately cease the violence and to halt activities which breed the violence. As we enter the 8th decade of the United Nations establishment, we must confront the harsh reality that despite countless resolutions, meaningful progress for Palestine remains elusive and that our work is far from done. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brunei Darussalam and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cyprus.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, allow me first to thank the co-hosts France and Saudi Arabia for reconvening this conference. Your vision and leadership are to be applauded. Cyprus has been actively supporting the coordinated initiative of the Global Alliance from the beginning. This conference today is the pinnacle of intensive preparatory meetings in the last year and action-based results in the respective working groups. Excellencies, our participation is testament to Cyprus's resolve to address the political and humanitarian catastrophe unfolding. Last week, we joined over 2,000 countries in a joint statement underscoring how the suffering of civilians in Gaza has reached new depths and unequivocally opposing any steps towards territorial or demographic change in the occupied Palestinian territories. What is happening on the humanitarian front is unacceptable. We call for immediate, unimpeded access and sustained distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale into and throughout Gaza, and for humanitarian organizations to work independently and impartially to save lives and reduce suffering. The path to peace, stability, and security in the Middle East is the only way forward for a future in which Israelis and Palestinians coexist in dignity and prosperity, side by side in a two-state solution. There is no other alternative. Building also on previous proposals, including the Arab Peace Initiative, to lending a new momentum, every step that reconnects the common denominators to meet the legitimate aspirations and security needs of both Palestinians and Israelis must be encouraged. Let me underscore that Cyprus has recognized the State of Palestine since 1988. We have a long-standing position in line with international law, whilst always trying to act as a bridge for regional stability. This is a fundamental premise from which we have never deviated. Ladies and gentlemen, the October 7th terrorist attacks and the outbreak of the war in Gaza has caused immense human suffering. Prolonging the political deadlock and endangering an unprecedented regional confrontation must be prevented. Our principled stance has been consistent. We condemn all attacks against all civilians who must be always protected in accordance with international humanitarian law. Immediate and sustained regional de-escalation is imperative. The situation on the ground is deteriorating daily. We cannot overemphasize the urgency of a lasting ceasefire. We cannot overemphasize the imperative need for the immediate release of all hostages. To this end, we welcome the critical and sustained efforts by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States to achieve a ceasefire agreement. Equally paramount is for Israel to comply with all its obligations by lifting restrictions to enable the unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid throughout Gaza at scale, in line with the humanitarian principles. We exert our full support to the intensified engagement of the European Union with Israel for yielding substantial progress on the ground for the civilians, for which the role of the UN humanitarian community is indisputable. Cyprus is ready to do its part, complementing the efforts and actions of others in alleviating the suffering. The humanitarian maritime route can be reactivated for additional, urgently needed assistance. We are also unequivocally against displacement. In this regard, we welcome the Arab Recovery and Reconstruction Plan as a solid basis for further discussion on governance, security, and funding. Excellencies, during his visit to Israel and Palestine in early May, President Christodoulidis firmly conveyed these messages. The preceding steps to move away from the horrors of the war must be interlinked with a set of basic political understandings. Let me outline the following points. The legitimate Palestinian cause must not and cannot be associated with terrorist groups or acts. Terrorists can never have an excuse. We believe that Hamas cannot have any future role in Gaza. But at the same time, we must not forget that Hamas is not the Palestinian people. The West Bank must not become the next battlefield. Settlement expansion and settler violence undermine the prospects of a viable way out of the crisis. Given the gravity of the situation on the ground, it is paramount to continue our support to the Palestinian Authority's reform pathway. Revamping the Palestinian Authority politically, financially, and through technical means in order to assist it in assuming also its responsibilities in Gaza. Cyprus is fully committed to this, particularly in view of our upcoming presidency of the European Union. A Palestinian state with the West Bank and Gaza as integral parts of it, and East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side in peace and security with Israel is the aim. Ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that this high-level international conference can further create the conditions necessary for a peaceful resolution of the conflict through effective and sustained diplomacy. It is a complex task, but an urgent one, and it's never too late. A peaceful Middle East will represent a new era that is so desperately needed. It will also deliver an ambitious source of opportunities for a more prosperous, more interconnected, and more integrated region with mutual benefits for all its people and beyond. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cyprus. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone.
Distinguished co-chairs, Excellencies, Sierra Leone thanks the co-chairs, the Republic of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for convening this high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution pursuant to a General Assembly mandate. We view this conference as an historic opportunity to reflect on the consequences of an incomplete political process and to recommit to a just and lasting settlement. It also reaffirms the international community's responsibility to uphold the principles of the UN Charter, international law, and multilateralism at a time when the credibility of our institutions is being tested. This meeting takes place against the backdrop of growing international recognition of the state of Palestine and renewed calls to implement the two-state solution. Yet, more than 7 decades after the adoption of Resolution 181 of 1947, the vision of two sovereign states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security, remains unfulfilled. The ongoing Israeli occupation, which has persisted for decades, is a core obstacle to peace. Its end is not only a legal requirement, but also a moral and political imperative. Excellencies, the atrocities committed on and since the attack on 7th October 2023 has once again highlighted the urgency of addressing the root cause of this protracted conflict. While peace may ultimately depend on the parties themselves, the occupying power bears responsibility under international law. Without firm and sustained international resolve, however, the conflict will escalate and peace will remain elusive. Sierra Leone will underscore 4 interrelated priorities. First, peace cannot be achieved without an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza is entirely man-made by the government of Israel and must end. Civilians, particularly women and children, have borne the brunt of indiscriminate violence, siege, and deprivation. We call for the cessation of hostilities and the release of all hostages held by Hamas and other armed groups, and the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance in accordance with international humanitarian law. The international community must ensure full respect for the principles of humanity, neutrality, and proportionality in all actions. Second, Sierra Leone reaffirms its unwavering support for the two-state solution grounded in international law and relevant UN resolutions. This is not merely a political choice, but a legal obligation derived from the UN Charter and the guidance of the International Court of Justice. Sierra Leone recognized the State of Palestine on 3 December 1988 and has consistently advocated for its full admission as a member of the United Nations. We welcome the announced recognition by France and the United Kingdom this year, which reflects a growing international consensus that recognition of Palestinian statehood is integral to achieving peace. Israel has the right to exist in peace and security, free from threat and attack. We reiterate our strong condemnation of the heinous attacks carried out by Hamas on 7 October 2023 against Israeli civilians, including the taking of hostages. All armed groups must disarm and renounce violence, paving the way for demilitarization of Palestinian territories and the restoration of trust necessary for peace and security for both Israel and Palestine. Third, international law must remain the foundation of all efforts towards peace. The International Court of Justice advisory opinion of 9 July 2004 on the legal consequences of the construction of a wall in occupied Palestinian territory affirmed that Israeli settlements violate international law. The court's more recent advisory opinion of 19 July 2024 concluded that Israel's continued presence in occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful and must end as rapidly as possible. These legal findings leave no room for ambiguity. The occupation is illegal. Settlements must be dismantled. States have an obligation not to recognize, aid, or assist unlawful actions. Those who support policies that contravene international law risk incurring international responsibility. The same applies to violations that may amount to genocide or other serious crimes under international law. In this regard, Sierra Leone notes the ongoing proceedings before the ICJ initiated by the Republic of South Africa under the Genocide Convention. Accountability, including through independent investigations, is indispensable to justice and reconciliation. Fourth, a comprehensive approach to peace must address not only the end of occupation, but also the conditions necessary for coexistence. All parties must guarantee civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights, including the right to life, liberty, security, education, and freedom of expression. Ensuring these rights foster trust, justice, and reconciliation, particularly where violations have occurred. Excellencies, the ongoing conflict in Gaza and the West Bank is a stark reminder that peace cannot be imposed by force. Unless the legitimate concerns of both Israelis and Palestinians are addressed, that is, Israel's security and Palestinian freedom from occupation, right to self-determination, violence will persist. The international community must use its collective influence to support a political process that delivers concrete results. This conference must therefore go beyond declarations. It must generate actionable outcomes to end the occupation, halt settlement expansion, ensure accountability, and create conditions for two states to live side by side, in peace and security. Women and youth who have borne disproportionate burdens during this conflict must be fully included in all peace and peace-building efforts as mandated by the Women Peace and Youth Peace and Security agendas. In conclusion, Sierra Leone stresses that the status quo is unsustainable. This conference represents a critical opportunity to break the cycle of violence and impunity. We urge all parties to engage in good faith dialogue and to respect the outcomes of this conference. Sierra Leone stands ready to work with all partners to advance a just, comprehensive, and lasting settlement of the question of Palestine, particularly in our current tenure in the Security Council. I thank you.
أشكر الممثل الموقر لسيراليون.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sierra Leone and now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea.
Co-chairs, excellencies, and distinguished delegates, I would like to join other delegations to thank the French Republic and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this meaningful conference regarding the two-state solution. Following Hamas' attack on October 7th, the armed conflict in Gaza has continued for more than 21 months. We are deeply concerned over the dire humanitarian situation and the hostages in Gaza, thereby undermining the viability of a two-state solution. In this regard, we consider this high-level conference to be very important and timely. It is high time that a ceasefire be reached without further delay. Once again, the government of the Republic of Korea appreciates the diplomatic efforts made by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States as mediators, and urges all parties to work in good faith in the ceasefire negotiations. Excellencies, the government of the Republic of Korea has joined the efforts made by the international community. Korea, as a member of the United Nations Security Council, has actively engaged in many resolutions calling for a ceasefire and the release of all hostages. The Korean government deeply understands the Palestinian people's aspiration to establish their own state, and we have consistently supported the two-state solution as the only viable way to resolve the Israel-Palestine issue and build permanent peace. The Korean government will continue to engage in the serious discussions of the international community regarding the recognition of Palestinian statehood. In acknowledgement of Palestine's capacity-building needs for future state development, Korea has provided support in its areas of expertise, such as healthcare, education, and public administration. In particular, Korea has provided a total of $106 million in ODA for Palestine through various projects, such as the establishment of the public rehabilitation therapy centers, enhancement of food and pharmaceutical traceability systems, vocational training, ICT equipment support, strengthening of e-government systems, and establishment of a civil servant training institute. The Republic of Korea remains committed to educational and training support to enable young Palestinians to shape their future with dignity and independence. We will work closely with Palestine to find empowerment programs in line with the National Development Pact for the future of Palestine. The Korean government has also steadily increased its regular contributions to the relevant UN agencies, including UNRWA, as well as humanitarian aid to Palestinians. We believe there is a need for the safe, rapid, and unimpeded delivery of UN-led humanitarian aid. Taking this opportunity, we are pleased to announce that Korea has provided an additional $30 million in humanitarian aid to civilians affected by the situation in Gaza this year. We hope that this assistance will lead to improvements in the humanitarian situation in Gaza, particularly regarding food, water, healthcare, education, and shelter. Excellencies, in the face of this unprecedented crisis, we are gathered here to once again light the torch of hope for a political horizon. The Korean government reaffirms its commitment to play its active part in the international efforts to build peace and stability based on the two-state solution. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. We have exhausted the time available for the general debate for this meeting. The general debate will continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.
Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. Before jumping into today's program, I have a bit of a special announcement. Partly it's about the shirt I'm wearing without the jacket, because it's kind of warm here in New York City where this program is produced. But more importantly, we've decided to do something different this summer. We are going to finish our regular series of programs and then switch starting July 21st. We'll still be producing economic updates, but not in the way we have for the last 12 years. We're taking this summer off and substituting programs that we call the Best of Economic Update. We've gone back and looked at those programs that you like the best, that we like the best, that show something about how American political economy has shifted over the years, for better and for worse. We've put these together, and we think you'll find them as interesting and provocative as we did in compiling them. And then at Labor Day, we will resume the regular programming that you've become used to. What I'll be doing in the meanwhile? Working on Democracy at Work projects, our book publishing program, our video productions, our writing of articles, but also and particularly our new Substack program. And I urge you to take a look at it. Very simply, go to democracyatwork.substack.com for all the Substack kinds of activities of ours that you will find there. Thank you for your understanding, and I look forward to hearing from you about how the Best of Economic Update strikes you all as well. Today's program is devoted to an explosive event that happened here in New York City, where we produce this program and where I live and work. It was the victory in the Democratic primary for mayor of Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist by self-definition, an outsider to the political establishment of the Democratic Party, which has pretty much ruled New York politics for many, many decades. This is a break from that establishment rule. It is shaking up New York City, New York State politics, and as I will explain, it is a bombshell for the whole of the Democratic Party across the United States. And so it's well worth taking some time here on this program to talk about what it means and where it's going and taking us. Okay. Mr. Mamdani won by a great deal. He defeated a former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, who was running for mayor as well in the Democratic primary. A number of major media have said this is the first time a socialist has gotten into office. Shame on those media, because what they're doing is erasing part of the actual history of the United States and of New York City. Socialism is not new to American politics, not at all. I'm going to give you 3 examples of major socialists who won important elections in New York City. And if you did not know these names, look them up, and you'll learn about American history, what you should have been taught in school. The first name is Vito Marcantonio, an Italian-American who won 7 consecutive terms in the United States Congress as a representative from Harlem during the years 1935 to 1950. That's not the time of the dinosaurs. That's not ancient history. That's recent history. He won over and over again and did not run away or hide his socialist associations and sympathies. My next example, Benjamin Davis. Benjamin Davis won and won repeatedly a seat on the New York City Council between 1944 and 1949. Mr. Davis had a double distinction that might surprise you that he was an elected official way back then. He was an active member and leader of the Communist Party in the United States, and in particular of its New York chapter. He was also an African American. A black communist won repeated elections on that kind of a socialist communist program that was very popular, obviously. And the third one is perhaps a name you do know, because he was the mayor of New York, another Italian-American, Fiorello LaGuardia, after whom the airport is named. He was in the Republican Party and loved to tell people how he was a socialist in that party. He won office as a representative in Congress, and then he was the New York City mayor from 1934 to 1946. Across the Great Depression, this man, a socialist, was elected and re-elected mayor of the city of New York. So Zoran Mamdani is not the first, not the only, and all the hullabaloo about it should be taken down 2 or 3 pegs by just this little bit of history. Now, how did he win? He won because all the different ethnic groups in New York got together and supported him in huge numbers. Young people particularly. People who haven't voted, young and old, because they didn't think there was enough of a difference between the Republicans and the Democrats to matter all that much, or among the different Democrats who contested in primaries. He gave them something new and different to vote for that they hadn't seen for decades. Ever since World War II brought to an end the careers of the Marcantonios and the LaGuardias and the Davises, it's been center to the right politics, and that would turn off millions as it did. Zoran Mamdani has turned them back on. Then there's the appeal of his socialism. He wants free subways and buses. He wants to have city-run grocery stores in areas that we now call food deserts, where it's hard to find food to buy in a nearby store, or it's wildly expensive. That's not necessary. That's something the city can deal with. He wants to bring back a robust rent control, like we once had in New York, not even a new idea. And he wants to pay for it with taxes on the rich, and that's not new either. If you look closely at what Mr. Mamdani is proposing, it's actually quite like what FDR did back in the 1930s when he was president. He also taxed the rich and the corporations. Nothing new here. The attempt to paint it as wildly revolutionary is achieved a little bit by saying it's altogether new. We've never had this before. That's not true. Simply not true. And also, Mr. Mamdani is now part of a process. Bernie Sanders opened it up when he didn't run away from the label socialist years ago. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has not run away from the Democratic Socialist label either. She is popular, she is increasingly influential, and she and Bernie endorsed Mamdani. He is the latest in a growing socialist presence in the United States. Every European country, France, Britain, Italy, Germany, have socialist parties, socialist politicians. The leader of the Spanish government today is a socialist. The largest faction in the French National Assembly is socialist. It's only in America that they were purged out of our politics, and we had to suffer the stifling duopoly of the last 70 years. It's breaking apart. Part of the decline of the American empire, part of the decline of American capitalism is the explosive growth of a socialism that speaks to people in the successful way that Mr. Mamdani did in New York at the end of June in the year 2025. Here is the city, New York, that Mr. Mamdani, if he wins in November in the general election, this is he will inherit. And I'm an economist, so you will understand why I picked these statistics. New York City is the #1 city in the United States. The whole world knows that. It's the financial capital. It's in many ways, the cultural capital, and so on. But here's something you may not have known. As of May 20th this year, 2025, New York is the richest city by far in the United States. It counts among its residents 66 billionaires. Keep that in mind. 66 billionaires. No other city has anything like that. On top of that, 818 people who own $100 million or more. And then comes a number that really surprised me. How many millionaires are there in New York City? 384,500. 384,000 millionaires in one city. That's why it's the richest city. That kind of stupefying wealth can be, should be, a very lucrative tax basis for a city to not only be the place where the richest people congregate, but a showplace for what a country and a city could be. But it isn't. New York City also ranks as one of the 10 poorest cities in America, measured by the percentage of its people who live at or below the official poverty line. There is no reason for that, no need for that kind of inequality in our society. And I will come back to that in the second half of the program when I talk about all the things Mr. Mamdani can do, will likely do, some of them for sure, to address everything I've just described. Stay with us. In a moment, we'll see where the Mamdani administration, if he succeeds in November, will take us, or at least what the opportunities and options facing him will be. Thank you. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Before we jump into the second half of today's show, I wanted to thank you for your very generous response to our fundraising efforts this year, and in particular in the last couple of months. And in part responding to that, we are extending the availability of our limited edition linen-covered hardcover version of Understanding Capitalism, the book I wrote and that we have been making available now for quite a while. If you are interested, I will be signing copies of that hardcover, and they will be available to you as they have been over the last few weeks. Just simply send an email to us at info@democracyatwork.info and put in the subject line limited edition. We will send you all the information you need to order and receive your copy, signed copy, of Understanding Capitalism in its hardback. And thank you again for your kind attention to the fundraising dimension of what we do. Welcome back, friends, to the second half of Economic Update. We're talking about the Mamdani bombshell victory in the New York mayoral Democratic primary. In the first half, we talked about how to understand the context, where it comes from, what it's about. Now I want to talk about where it's going to take us. What is he going to do? What opportunities does he actually have? I want to begin by talking about what he means by socialism, because things are being said about him and the label socialist that are nonsense, and you should be clear about that in your mind. Socialism, in the modern sense of the term, is about 2 centuries old. It starts in the 2 centuries ago in England, and it spreads with capitalism. You know, socialism is capitalism's self-criticism. Wherever capitalism has gone, socialism is its shadow. No escape from it, never has been. That's why socialism is now active in every country on earth, either socialism or communism or both of them. Criticisms of capitalism are exactly as old as the system itself. And people, therefore, have developed different meanings of socialism. In Scandinavia, it means the government regulates. That's all. It has a social program, so the inequality that capitalism everywhere generates is limited. You have a minimum wage, you have maximum taxation. So we keep the system going by not letting capitalism blow it apart. That's one kind of socialism. In the Soviet Union, you had another kind. The government comes in and runs things. Some socialists believe in that. Others don't. China is again yet different because it's kind of like a hybrid. Half of the Chinese economy is private capitalist enterprises. The other half is government-run enterprises. Now, China has achieved the fastest economic growth of any country ever in the history of the human race. There's an argument that that hybrid may be better than either public or private alone. That's another conversation. But socialism is rich with all of the experiences, all of the efforts, some that succeeded, some that failed, across the last 2 centuries. To say socialism is this means you're ignorant. Socialism isn't an is. Socialisms are many and different. Now, I'm going to talk about a whole raft of things that Mr. Mamdani can do as a mayor. And why is it possible for me to do that? Because I'm aware of that history. I'm aware that there were lots of mayors in lots of places over the last 2 centuries who made all kinds of socialist programs and socialist achievements, and some socialist failures, too. But we're not starting from scratch, friends. We don't need to be frightened by specters of how bad it can go, as if we don't know how well it has gone in the past. Okay, one kind of socialism actually is called municipal socialism. It's a particular socialism that focuses on this question. What could a person do who was elected a socialist mayor of a city or town if the larger economy remains capitalist, but people have voted for a socialist in that town? First, let me show you how important this is. Back in 1911, that's 100 years ago, not ancient history, the number of American cities whose mayors were socialists, 73 cities. I particularly have done research on two of them. The city of Bridgeport in Connecticut, that's the third largest city in Connecticut, had a socialist mayor. And the city of Milwaukee in Wisconsin had a socialist mayor, more than one. So this is not, again, new, and they tried all kinds of things. And I'm going to talk to you in a moment about some of the things they tried that Mr. Mamdani can do here. In the United Kingdom, a country similar to ours, there's a much more developed municipal socialism. And the basis of the Labour Party used to be the labor unions on the one hand and the socialist cities who did a lot of things for themselves. They produced their own energy. They produced their own food. They produced their own local transport and things like that as a collective community project, not a private profit enterprise. And that was the political base of Jeremy Corbyn, the most dramatic leader the British Labour Party has had in decades, the one preceding the current dud, Mr. Starmer. Okay, let's turn then. What could Mr. Mamdani do? I'm going to start, and this is a list of mine, not a list of his. He will do some of the things I suspect that I'm about to tell you about. I'm sure he'll figure others that I have not the time or the knowledge to give to you now. But it'll give you a good idea, and if it provides something for Mr. Mamdani and his administration, so much the better. We already have in New York City rent control. That's when socialists earlier in New York's history wanted to put a limit on how much landlords could gouge out of tenants through high rents. We know that rents are at record high levels. That's partly because rent control was limited and broken and stopped. Rent stabilization, which is a weaker kind of control, was substituted, and it is very limited. We could use, and we desperately need, a reinforced rent control operation. Don't need new legislation, it already exists. Don't need a new idea, it's already here. Just take it further, be more aggressive. And the basis for it is called democracy. The number of tenants is huge, and the number of landlords is very small. If we lower the rents, it helps the majority, and it will hurt the minority. But if you look at large numbers of our landlord class, you will see that they are among the richest in our community. They can take it, and the tenants need it, and the city will be revitalized if it stops being merely a playground for the rich. That's an easy one. Here's one that's a little more creative. The city could begin what it did after World War II, become a builder of low-rent, high-quality public housing. And where might it do that? I have two suggestions. If you look across the city of New York, you will be astonished to learn what I recently learned, that we have an enormous number of very minimally used golf courses. Yeah, huge expanses of land for the playing of golf. The number of people who play golf, all due respect to them, is very, very small. The housing problem is immense. How about condensing the many golf courses we have into one per borough? What about converting the others half into housing, half into the beautiful parks that we need more of in this city? Imagine a city administration taking the initiative to do that for the people. And here's a second one. What about buildings that are sitting empty, often for years? while the city wrangles in the courts to get the deadbeat owners of these buildings to pay the back taxes they owe. Why not short-circuit all of this and make it crystal clear we're not going to have people waiting for apartments when we have buildings that the city could seize, should seize, use eminent domain with a law that provides for this sort of thing, get it done, rehabilitate the apartments, and provide them lottery basis to do it to people who need housing. Come on, Mr. Mamdani could become a hero for tens of thousands of New Yorkers who could benefit from such a program. Let me take you another way. Con Edison provides the energy that we rely on. We who heat our homes with electricity, as many of us do. We who use electricity for all of the modern life conveniences that require it. Every business uses electricity. Well, let me tell you something you may not have known. Con Edison charges 33.51 cents per kilowatt hour. 33 plus cents an hour. Keep that number in your head. What is the national average cost of electricity delivered, kilowatt per kilowatt hour? Here we go. 16.15 cents. The national average is half of what we all pay. And make no mistake, in your rent is the cost of electricity. When you go into a restaurant and have a hamburger, part of the price you pay is the electricity used up in holding that fridge to go and the stove to work and all the rest. Why are we doing this? Thousands of communities across America now produce their own electricity or buy it wholesale from a commercial and then redistribute it to the city at cost, bringing down the national average so it's less than half of what Con Ed. Mr. Mamdani should address that question. Free mass transit, he's talked about that. There are many cities around the world that have tried and worked with, some very successfully, to make public transportation free. Municipal daycare programs. All the people who need quality, safe, secure daycare for their kids. Elder care for the older folks. Summer camps for young children, and for older children, work camps where the children get paid to boot. How about a $2,000 rebate to every city resident for tuition paid either at a CUNY college or a CUNY community school? And where will the money come from to pay for these things? Well, I told you, let's tax the rich finally. And at what rate? At the rate we used to tax them. Nothing new, nothing all that. Revolutionary. Don't be fooled by scare stories. The income tax in New York City goes from 3 to 4%, depending on how rich you are. And it stops at $50,000 a year. Everybody who earns over $50,000 pays 4%. Why between 3 and 4? Why not 3 to 10? Why not 3 to 15? What's going on here? These are favors to the rich. Property tax works like that too. And there are many other ways. A city as rich as what I told you at the beginning can pay. And for the rich, it's nothing. If you're a millionaire, a 1% tax takes away from you next to nothing. You'll make more than that in a year in your stocks. And you can deduct it against your federal income tax. It's little to them. It can transform the city because there's so many of them. Last point. Scare the people by saying, oh, if you tax the rich, they'll leave. No, they won't. There is no other New York City to go to. They're not going to give up what they came here for. And the companies that threaten to go, here's your answer to them. If you go, I'm the mayor. I will make sure the people of this city know that you did that you abandoned the city rather than pay your fair share in taxes. You think that's going to do a lot of good to the people buying your product that now comes from outside? It won't. And here's one better. After you leave, we will seize your factory and we will convert it into a worker co-op. The jobs will keep. You, we will wave goodbye to. Don't underestimate what the socialists can do, because it's a new world for them and a population that has been waiting for this a long time. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you in the best of in the weeks ahead, and then resuming face-to-face at Labor Day. Thank you. Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. Many of you, for months now, have been sending in comments to Charlie Fabian, as we invite you each week to do, asking me to bring some sense, some cohesion, some overview to make clear what the Trump administration's economic plans and programs actually are. And you have said quite correctly that it is very hard to make sense of that from the way the mass media are reporting it. It's very herky-jerky. It's very fragmentary. They don't put the different parts together. And when you add Mr. Trump's penchant for changing his mind and yes one day, no the next, you have a situation that makes it all look like chaos, which is indeed a word that much of the mass media has been comfortable using. Well, I'm going to disagree. I think there is method in the madness, even if there is some madness in the method, and that it's worth taking the time, which is what I'm going to do today, to put sense into it all, to show you what the idea is that is trying to be realized by what Mr. Trump and his administration are doing. I want to remind you, of course, to keep the information flow going to Charlie, and you can reach him, as I always tell you, at charlie.info438@gmail.com. And it is truer than ever that a companion book to understand the very things we're going to do today would be our new Understanding Capitalism, because that's what we're going to do today. Understand U.S. capitalism right now. So let's jump in. There is a plan here. There is, even if it's not all that clear, even if there are loose ends, and even if there are quite a few contradictions within it, there is, animating Mr. Trump and his administration, an idea about what the problems are that face the American economy now, and a plan of sorts to deal with it. I am not saying that this is working. It probably isn't. And I'm not saying that this hasn't got horrible dimensions. It does, and I'll mention some of those. But it is not correct, in my view, to see no plan, to reduce all of this to Mr. Trump's building his own operations, making money. All those things may be true, but I want to focus on what the economic problems are and what the plan here is to deal with them. So let me begin at the biggest, broadest level. The United States' problem, its economic problem now, can be stated bluntly, but also clearly. The American empire, built up after World War I particularly, and solidified into global dominance after World War II, has peaked and is now declining. That is a huge problem because as we grew from a small, unimportant colony of Great Britain in North America and became the colossus that the United States was, particularly in the second half of the 20th century, we began as a nation to take it all for granted. That's that business about American exceptionalism. Not only were we the dominant economic, political, ideological power in the world, not only did we establish a kind of informal but nonetheless tightly controlled global empire, in which the U.S. dollar became the global currency, in which the U.S. military overwhelmed everybody else's, and all of that was true. We did make a mistake, and the mistake was not understanding that every other empire in the history of the human race that arose also fell away and died. No empire lasts forever, none ever did. And that meant that the United States would, in all likelihood, have to also eventually decline. Well, eventually arrived, and we are declining. I'll come back to that in a moment, but I want to express the second level of this problem. We relied on our empire, as most countries who develop empires do. Great Britain is unthinkable as a country without the British Empire. To get an idea of what happens if you take away the empire, look at Britain now. It has gone back to being what it was in the many centuries before they had an empire. It was a cold, wet, offshore island of the European continent. And that's what it is again now. You have to understand that because that is the root of the economic problem Mr. Trump faces. Mr. Biden faced it too. Kamala Harris would have faced it if she had won the election. It's been happening now for a few years. 10, 15 would be a good estimate. Now, what does it mean that your empire declines? Well, we have the signs of it all around us. The dollar is not the universal currency the way it was 20 years ago. Banks around the country use other currencies as reserves in place of dollars, increasingly each year. The United States doesn't account for the percentage of global trade that it did 10, 20, 40, 60 years ago. It's been going down. It has shrunken in terms of its relative importance in the world economy, and the rest of the world has replaced it in many ways. I've talked about that on this program, so I'm not going to do it again now. What I want to stress, though, is that most of our politicians have responded to the decline of our empire and to the difficulties of American capitalism that result by pretending none of that is happening. It's what psychologists call denial. We just had a presidential race. 3 candidates, Trump, Biden, Harris, none of them talked about our empire, let alone facing its decline, let alone talking about how to deal with the problems we have as an economy because our empire is fading. They pretended none of that was going. Well, maybe let me be fair. The MAGA slogan is a kind of indirect way of admitting it. If you have to make America great again, it's a kind of admission that it's not so great now, but it was, and we're going to go back. What an interesting admission. The Trump people, in that way, show us they get it in some way. They can't quite say it. They wouldn't dare admit it in public, but they know. As do most of you if you think about it, which we don't do in this country because it's a kind of taboo topic. Well, what is Mr. Trump's plan to deal with what I've just said? Here we go. First, he wants to stop the forever wars. He said that on the campaign trail umpteen times. And he has spent the first several months of his administration trying to deal with the war in Ukraine, to deal with the war in the Middle East, and to generally talk about what? Well, not fighting wars. And the reason is our empire has lost most of the wars it's fought in the last 30 years. We lost the war in Vietnam. That country is run by the Indo-Chinese or Vietnamese Communist Party. That was the enemy of the United States. They won, we lost. In Afghanistan, the enemy of the United States was the Taliban. They run that country now. They won, we lost. In Iraq, we were supposed to, I don't know what, but the people who were there when we got there are the people running that society now. Saddam Hussein is gone, but all the rest of it remains. They persevered. They persisted. We lost. And in the Ukraine, we're in process of losing. This is not a sign that the empire is able to function very well to defend itself. Number two, those are very, very expensive wars, every one of them. It cost a fortune. And when the United States fights a war, it never dares to tax its people to pay for it. If you think the opposition to the wars in Vietnam or Afghanistan or Iraq or now Ukraine is strong, and it is, and it was, it would have been much stronger if every American family had been informed, we're going to tax you $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 each to pay for the enormous cost of these wars. The United States government can't afford it. That's what happens when empires decline. Mr. Trump doesn't want to fight these wars, and he doesn't want to pay for it. As I'm speaking to you, Mr. Trump and his administration is making the decision of whether, and I'm now quoting the president, we will walk away from the Ukraine war. Leave it to the Europeans. The whole Ukraine war is a war on the cheap. No American troops over there, or very few. It's a war fought without mobilizing the American armies, which is what costs a fortune, making the Europeans pay half or more of it, which saves us a fortune. It's war on the cheap, which is what you would expect from an economy that's in trouble. But where it shows up the most, the decline of our capitalism, is in the budget of the government. What resources does it have? And there we're in terrible trouble. For years now, we cannot function without borrowing as a nation huge amounts of money, now measured each year in the trillions of dollars. $2-3 trillion spending more than we take in taxes, among other things, for these very expensive wars. But there's a deeper reason. American corporations and the rich want the government to do things for them, all kinds of things. but they don't want to pay taxes. And the mass of Americans, the working people, they want the government to do all kinds of things for them, and they don't want to pay taxes either. But the difference between the two is that the corporations and the rich have something that the government needs: money. They provide the bulk of the money that funds the political parties, the candidates, the governments, all of it. So they get their way. They get lots of services and they don't pay much in taxes. They've paid less and less over the last century in a straight line down. The mass of people can't mobilize themselves yet in this country, so they still pay quite a bit, but you can't keep taxing them because they won't vote for you. Out of that dilemma, as I'll show you after the break, comes the difficulty of our government and its inability to function because of it. We've come to the end of the first half. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Before we jump into the second half of today's show, I wanted to thank you for your very generous response to our fundraising efforts this year, and in particular in the last couple of months. And in part responding to that, we are extending the availability of our limited edition, linen-covered, hardcover version of Understanding Capitalism, the book I wrote and that we have been making available now for quite a while. If you are interested, I will be signing copies of that hardcover, and they will be available to you as they have been over the last few weeks. Just simply send an email to us at info@democracyatwork.info and put in the subject line limited edition. We will send you all the information you need to order and receive your copy, signed copy, of Understanding Capitalism in its hardback. And thank you again for your kind attention to the fundraising dimension of what we do. Welcome back, friends, to the second half of today's economic update. We're analyzing and bringing sense to what the Trump government is doing. The basic problem of our government is that the rich people don't want to be taxed for all the things that the government needs money to do for them, and the mass of people don't want to be taxed for all the things they want the government to do. And so what happens is the politicians, are stuck. They can't provide the services we need without taxing us, they thought. But we don't want to be taxed and hold them accountable. So they've come up with a solution. How do you spend money for the mass of people and for the corporations and the rich without taxing them? The answer, you borrow it. And that's why we do that. And that's why the national debt of the United States is today $35 trillion, and our annual output of goods and services is about $25 trillion. So we're not even close, and that's a sign of trouble when you are borrowing more than your total output in a year. It's a kind of measure, been around for many years and used to signal distress. And distress is what we got. A government that can't keep doing this. The signs are crystal clear. There are three major rating agencies in the world: Standard & Poor's, Fitch, and Moody's. Moody's, over the last few weeks, joined the other two in demoting the credit of the United States. We're not AAA. We're not the best. We are a risky borrower, in the words of the world. Many other countries are not. We are. The United States, the biggest debtor country in the world, and lenders are looking at the Americans and worrying, will a day come when they can't pay back, or they won't? When their own people will rise up and say, you can't pay interest to rich people and foreign governments and corporations if the money that you're using isn't available for basic medical care, basic education, basic road maintenance. And at that point, The lender of the people who lend to the U.S. may not see their money repaid, and they're getting nervous, so they're pulling their money out. That's why the dollar has diminished in value by almost 10% since Mr. Trump was inaugurated. The signs are everywhere. The United States isn't the AAA-rated borrower that it once was. And now you can begin to see a certain desperation creeping in to what's happening. And that's very important that you understand that. Mr. Trump and his team are desperate. And they're doing desperate things because they don't know how to solve this problem. There's no magic way to make the empire return. There's no magic way to deal with these economic problems that derive from a declining empire and the economic difficulties that means for us. I've told you on many other programs that all of this is made even more difficult by the fact that the United States has a real economic competitor for the first time in the history of our empire. So not only are we going down, but somebody else is coming up and fast, growing much faster than the United States every one of the last 30 years. So what is Mr. Trump doing? First thing he does is he arranges for his buddy, Elon Musk, to start saving the government lots of money by firing tens, hundreds of thousands of federal employees. I have explained the nonsense about efficiency. It has nothing to do with efficiency. The federal government of the United States is the same size today as it was 50 years ago. We are 100 million more in number, but we haven't required more federal employees. That's a sign of efficiency, not inefficiency. And none of this is about efficiency. It's about saving money so the government doesn't run such big debts. So it fires a quarter of the veterans who work at the Veteran Administration. It lays off the AID. It lays off the Education Department. Incredible. That's not efficiency. That's a hatchet job. And it's done out of desperation. Mr. Musk, who sits on top of a bureaucracy at Tesla and several other corporations, knows how slow and careful you have to be to build and preserve efficiency. You don't go through firing whole departments. It's childishly inappropriate unless you're desperate. And then there's the second desperate thing, Mr. Trump's tariffs. He has decided to hit every other country in the world with a tariff, a minimum of 10%, and many countries, like China, much more. That's a declaration of desperation. You know why? It makes every other government angry. We are trying to solve our problem at their expense, making them pay a tax, or making Americans, when they buy their products, pay a tax means they'll sell fewer products. It hurts them. A president they didn't elect is hurting them, not sitting down having meetings figuring it out, not coming up with a program where we share the burden. No. We're fixing our problems at their expense. And you know, a tariff is like a sales tax. We all pay whatever the importer charges us more because the importer has to pay the tariff. Whether you're rich or poor, you pay the same extra. Tariff makes no distinction between rich and poor. It's not like the graduated income tax. It's not progressive. It is regressive, the opposite. Mr. Trump is putting a burden on all of us in the rising prices we will be paying, already are, and putting a burden on every other country. And guess what? In every other country, the local politicians there are now able to say, yeah, we have problems here in Asia, Africa, Latin America, but they all come from Mr. Trump. Are they blaming Trump for problems that are partly their own? Absolutely. But Mr. Trump has given them the invitation, given them the excuse. We are being isolated as a country because in desperation, we are trying to solve the problems of a declining empire and a declining U.S. capitalism at the expense of our working class and the rest of the world. That's what this crazy push is to get rid of all our immigrants, illegal, undocumented, or not. What is that about? This country became strong precisely because it could absorb the immigrants generation after generation, find them initially, bad housing, bad schooling, absolutely, but giving them a chance if they work. And they did, and they brought up the country with them. Deporting means we no longer can absorb what we used to not only absorb, but welcome. That's not a sign of strength. That's not a sign of America #1. It's the opposite. It's a sign of desperation and no longer being capable of doing what we once did. And now finally, the big anti-China push. What is this about? We don't permit American companies to sell all kinds of things to China. We put huge tariffs against China so that they can no longer sell to us. We hamstring their executives. We try to punish them every which way we can. And it's obvious what we're trying to do. Fix our problem at their expense, but more. Slow them down. They're catching up. They're still behind us, but they're catching up and they're getting close. And we're trying to hold them back. That's a losing proposition. In the 19th and 20th century, particularly in the 19th, the British, who had been doing it in the 18th century, tried to hold back the United States. Our War of Independence, let me remind you, had a lot to do with an event in which the King of England, George III, put a tax on tea. Remember reading about it when you were in school? And the merchants in Boston who didn't want to be taxed by a foreign king threw the tea overboard into the harbor in Boston, the first and the most famous Tea Party. We had to fight a war with the British to get free of them, to be able to develop our country. No sooner had we fought the War of 1776, than we had another war in 1812, a few years later. The British tried again and failed again. You know what? A lesson was learned by Britain. You can't stop this. Economic development grows, and it grows unevenly, and it grows often in places that are new faster than in places that are old. It's in fact the kind of pattern. That's why Europe is now a backwater relative technologically to the United States on the one hand and China on the other. What the British couldn't do to the Americans cannot do to the Chinese. And a war is not a way to figure that out. Not when both sides have enormous stockpiles of nuclear weapons. The United States, and on the other side, China allied with Russia, is not working. And trying to do it in these ways is desperate. And the Chinese are not bending. They don't need to. They understand that history is on their side. We can't yet figure out what to do because we can't face what I just said. Not as a nation. We're still denying it. We're still acting like we're the king. We can do this. We can do that. Losing the wars, losing the struggle. Mr. Trump's big, beautiful tax bill that passed the House of Representatives at the end of May guarantees that our deficits will go on in huge trillion-dollar sizes for the next several years. We can't do that. Doing that got us to everything I have summarized today. But look, he can't do it. It doesn't work. Too much resistance to the tariffs. Too many retaliation tariffs that are going to hurt us. The United States is becoming isolated in the world. Recent polling shows that around the world, the U.S. used to be much more favorably viewed than China, but that's been reversed, especially since Mr. Trump won the election and took power. There's not a question of saying China's good and America's bad any more than such a silly idea was true in reverse. It's facing honestly where we are. If we don't do that, we're going to make mistakes. Ukraine misunderstood that Russia could and would turn to China and solve the problems it faced in fighting that war. The United States hadn't planned on it. The Europeans hadn't expected it. They made a mistake. But it becomes, if you think about it, a result of denying the decline of the empire and the decline of American capitalism, not understanding that desperate measures, which is what Mr. Trump's plan is about, will not likely work and will be, in any case, extremely costly. That's the reality of the economic problems and programs of the United States government as I speak to you. Thank you, as always, for your attention, and I look forward to speaking with you again next week. Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. I want to remind you that Charlie Fabian is available for your comments and suggestions. I want to thank you for sending so many of them in. They're very useful to us, so please continue to do so. charlie.info438@gmail.com is his address. And likewise, a reminder that the book Understanding Capitalism is a kind of companion volume to what we do on this program. And if you're interested in that way and getting deeper into it, that would be useful for you to have to consult. We're having a special program today. My guest, who is enough to make it special, Chris Hedges, someone who's been on this program many times before and whose work you all know anyway. He's going to be with us for the full half hour. I want to take advantage of all that he knows over a lifetime of work, particularly about the Middle East and its relationships to all that is going on here in the United States. So please welcome with me Chris Hedges. Thank you, first of all, Chris, for being on the show.
Thanks for having me, Rick.
All right, let me give you the brief information bio. It doesn't do him justice, but we'll read it anyway. Chris is a Pulitzer Prize-winning former foreign correspondent for the New York Times. He spent 2 decades covering conflicts in Latin America, Africa, the Balkans, and the Middle East, where he spent 7 years and served as the paper's Middle East bureau chief. He is the author of 16 books, including several New York Times bestsellers. His latest book is entitled A Genocide Foretold, Reporting on Survival and Resistance in Occupied Palestine. He has taught at Columbia University, New York University, Princeton University, and the University of Toronto. He has also taught for over a decade in the college degree program offered by Rutgers University in the New Jersey prison system. You can find much of his work at chrishedges.substack.com. So let me begin, Chris, by just opening it up. Tell us how you react, first of all, to the decision of Israel to preemptively bomb Iran in the background of everything that has happened there and all that you have studied and written about the Middle East in your years of work.
Well, this has long been the goal of Bibi Netanyahu, going all the way back to the second Bush administration. Israel has lobbied the United States to sign on to a war with Iran. Most of us who have covered, I've worked in Iran, of course, and Israel, most of us who have covered those countries believe that in the long term, Israel cannot sustain a conflict with Iran unless the United States intervenes. In the short term, of course, they have achieved quite a bit. They have apparently air dominance over Tehran. That strike, the initial strike, was apparently a surprise to the Iranians, and they took hits. I mean, it's very hard to tell because once you're engaged in a conflict, both sides attempt to cover up what's happening. That's why reporters are being pushed out of Haifa, where oil refineries have apparently been hit by Iranian missiles. So what is the goal? I think the goal, there are three goals that Israel has. First, they would like to degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities. It's not clear that they have achieved much in terms of that. And at times they may have been able to wipe out some of the buildings, but in Fardal, which is the main production point, that's deep, deep, deep underground. They would need 2,000-pound bunker busters provided by the United States in order to really disrupt that facility. But that's number one. Number two, they would like regime change. I think it's a pipe dream or a fantasy, but that's why you have seen so many senior Iranian officials assassinated. And I think the third point is that they hope that this deflects from the final chapter of the genocide in Gaza, with attention sort of being focused on the Iran-Israel conflict. They have a freer hand, I think they think, in order to push the Palestinians out of Gaza. That we don't know where they're going to go. Speculation is that they would be pushed, despite Egyptian objections, into the northern Sinai. In terms of the conflict itself, Iran is estimated, Iran's air force is, we've always known, has been very weak. It did have, Russian and Chinese supplied surface-to-air missiles in terms of air defense. It does appear that in that initial strike on Friday, the Iranians suffered tremendous losses. Either that or their air defense system wasn't as good as we thought it was. They have about 2,000 missiles. They're firing usually in bursts of about 200. They can sustain that for a few days. Israel's Iron Dome, Israel's interceptions, or the missiles that will intercept the incoming missiles, they will deplete those stocks pretty quickly, which will allow Iran to increasingly inflict damage on Israel. But the question is, how many missiles do they have left? How effective were Iranian strikes against missile production, missile launch sites? We just don't know any of that. But in the long term, this is not good for Israel. Iran is a massive country. It's the size of Western Europe. It's the 17th largest country in the world. It has a population of 90 million. That's 10 times the population of Israel. Israel is a very small country and very concentrated. All of that said is, we don't know where it's going. I think in the next few days, we will continue to see these airstrikes by Israel. We will continue to see retaliatory strikes by Iran. If the United States is drawn into this conflict, which is what Israel is hoping for, then you're really going to ignite a terrible regional war. The Strait of Hormuz can be shut down, especially if Israel destroys Iran's production facilities, oil facilities. They have more incentive because they're not sending oil out to shut it down. That's a choke point where about 21% of the world's oil supply passes through this very narrow, it's only about 30 kilometers wide. There's so many ways that this can go wrong. And I think I would finally add that this will be interpreted by Shiites throughout the region as a war against Shiism. Iraq is predominantly Shia. 2 million Shias live in Saudi Arabia, and most of them in the oil-rich region of Saudi Arabia, huge Shiite populations in Turkey, Bahrain. It's a very, very dangerous moment. It's a very dangerous gamble on the part of Israel. And there are lots of ways this could go really, really wrong. And we should also be clear that Iran has a close alliance with Russia and with China. And at what point would Russia be drawn into the conflict? We can't preclude that.
Why would Israel, already engaged in a process in Gaza that is damaging Israel's reputation, its chances for survival into the indefinite future as it becomes, the pariah nation it already is, why would they start a second war? And I'm not even asking about the impact on Israeli society and economy that what they're doing in Gaza already has cost them. This is going to distort their economic and social life. Why would they do this?
I mean, I think hubris. You have seen Israel decapitate Hezbollah. You have seen Israel seize huge sections of Syria with the overthrow of the Bashar al-Assad regime. They're virtually up to the gates of Damascus. You have seen this live-streamed genocide, and the message to Israel, which, by the way, is, of course, blocked not just humanitarian aid, but food since March 2nd. 500,000 of the some 2 million Palestinians in Gaza are now on the brink of starvation, and nobody intervenes. So I think they feel they can do whatever they want. Well, they're not wrong about that. And the United States will continue to funnel weapons to them, continue to back them, whatever. And preemptive war, which is what Israel essentially done, is a war crime, just as we did in Iraq. Iran did not pose a threat to Israel, was not hostile in the sense of engaging in hostilities towards active hostilities that you could call a war towards Israel. But I think it's hubris. I think they may have overstepped, of course. They may have gone too far. But I think that the message they have gotten, especially out of Washington, from both administrations, as well as Europe, Germany. The Germans have been defending the strikes on Iran. The UK, they've all backed this genocide for 20 months. And it doesn't matter how horrific the images are. There's no impediment to the weapon supplies. Israel ran out of weapon stocks. It depleted its stocks a long time ago. I think about 68-70% of its munitions now come from the United States. So, but we show, no indication. We just vetoed that ceasefire resolution in the UN. We show no indication of backing down. So Israel feels that it can do whatever it wants in the region. I think in the short term, that's probably correct. In the long term, I'm not so sure.
What about the longer term? Tell me, your judgment is what I'm interested in. Your judgment as to why, given the 90 million versus whatever the population number you want to use, 7 to 10 million Israeli, non-Arab Israelis. Given the longer term, given that they're surrounded by Muslim, Arab, I understand Persians and Arabs are not the same, and all of that. But why would the longer term absurdity of this tiny country, whatever the United States or Europe does, the ability of the United States and Europe in Ukraine has been demonstrated not to do what it is they thought they could do. Why is that lesson not learned here?
I think in the short term, Israel feels pretty confident. I think Israel's plan in the long term is clearly to draw the United States into a conflict. You know, I think there's a fallacy that somehow they can break Iran solely through aerial assaults. At what point, if the United States is drawn into a conflict, does that become a ground war? Given the size of Iran, you probably need at least 1 million troops. I don't think in the end an invasion or occupation of Iran would go any better than it did in Afghanistan or Iraq. But I think Israel is banking. I mean, the thing about Israel is that it essentially is sustaining permanent war, to steal a line from Trotsky, but it can't do it alone. It needs, I mean, in the last kind of barrage of missiles, this was after the strike in April on the Iranian embassy in Damascus. They needed the U.S. to intercept those missiles coming in. And they are going to very quickly deplete their stocks, and they're going to need new stocks from the United States, but it takes a while to produce this stuff. So I think in the long term, Israel is counting on the fact that it can draw the United States in. It has a strong, of course, the Israel lobby owns Congress, and it's wedded with the neoconservatives who orchestrated the disasters in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Ukraine, and everywhere else. And I think they're banking on that they can suck Trump into this conflict. I think over the long term, if they don't, they potentially, I mean, I learned a long time ago not to predict the future, but potentially if Iran can continue, and we just don't know what its missile stocks are, but if it continue to fire off salvos of 100, 200 missiles at a time, ballistic missiles, and if Israel's air defense system, which is inevitable, becomes increasingly degraded, then, and again, as we spoke, Israel's a small country, then I think there could be real damage inflicted on Israel. But I think the goal is clearly now to entice the United States into a war.
We've come to the end of the first half of the show, so give us a moment to break, and we'll be right back. Before we jump into the second half of today's show, I wanted to thank you for your very generous response to our fundraising efforts this year, and in particular in the last couple of months. And in part responding to that, we are extending the availability of our limited edition, linen-covered, hardcover version of Understanding Capitalism, the book I wrote and that we have been making available now for quite a while. If you are interested, I will be signing copies of that hardcover, and they will be available to you as they have been over the last few weeks. Just simply send an email to us at info@democracyatwork.info and put in the subject line limited edition. We will send you all the information you need to order and receive your copy, signed copy, of Understanding Capitalism in its hardback. And thank you again for your kind attention to the fundraising dimension of what we do. Mr. Zelensky, in my judgment, and please, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Zelensky had had no hope either for a long time without drawing the United States in much further than the United States seemed willing to go. And that didn't work. And that doesn't worry the Israelis as far as you can tell?
Well, the Ukrainians don't have a lobby as powerful, anywhere near as powerful as the Israel lobby. Israel, for instance, again with these neoconservatives, made a huge push for the United States to invade Iraq under the Bush administration, the second Bush administration, although Iraq obviously had nothing to do with 9/11. It wasn't a threat. I was in the Middle East at the time. It wasn't a threat to its neighbors or much less to us, in the same way that Iran is not threatening its neighbors or threatening us. So that's the difference, that the power of the Israel lobby and the lust. I mean, let's be clear that these neoconservatives have just orchestrated debacle after debacle, fiasco after fiasco, and they're not all these generals and the CIA and these celebrity pundits that cheerlead war and these neoconservatives and the Zionists. They're not about to take credit for the debacles. They're going to blame it. And who do they blame it on? In Iran. In fact, what they did by destroying Iraq as a unified country, which is what they did over 20 years of occupation, is they destroyed the balance in the Middle East between a powerful Iraq and a powerful Iran, and they made Iran ascendant. In fact, the government in Baghdad is Shiite dominated and closely allied with Iran, completely upending the very purpose that we went into Iran. I mean, remember when they went in, they spread this fantasy that they would implant democracy in Baghdad and it would emanate outwards across the Middle East, especially to Tehran. And the goal was always to bring down Tehran. Well, that's especially true now because they've demonized Iran for all of their own failures. And they have this kind of fantasy that somehow if they can take the Iranian regime out, they can. And let's be clear, these people are historically, linguistically, culturally illiterate. They don't know anything about the Middle East. And that's the game they're playing. But these people live in a non-reality based belief system just to believe that they were going to go into Iraq and be greeted as liberators and the oil revenues would pay for the reconstruction and you would build a Western-style democracy in Iraq. All of this was a utopian dream, if we want to quote Thomas More, and the way he used it literally as no place. It doesn't exist on the reality-based map. And these are the same people that are pushing a war with Iran, which I think ultimately over the long term will be catastrophic, not only for the United States, if they get involved, but for Israel.
I know this is asking you to predict the future, and I could not agree with you more that's a fool's activity. I'm going to ask anyway. What's your gut about the likelihood that a Trump administration will be drawn in, both because of the pro-Israel lobby here and the pressure from this evolution, etc.? What's your sense? What's just your feeling? I know nobody can predict.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because I'm not speaking to people within the Trump administration to get a sense of where they're at. Clearly, if Iran carried out a strike, we have all sorts of military bases in Oman and Doha and everywhere else in place, and Saudi Arabia. If strikes were carried out against U.S. military personnel, U.S. bases, or U.S. ships in the Strait of Hormuz, then I think that would be a gift to Israel, and Trump would be hard pressed, probably not, to halt this stampede towards active involvement in the war. There's obviously tacit involvement in terms of intelligence, probably in terms of supplies, surface to air missiles and this kind of stuff. So that would, and my suspicion is that the Iranians won't do that. Let's be clear, Iran doesn't want a war. Iran has long avoided Israel's baiting and provocation into a conflict. Even the last time it sent missiles, they announced them in advance. It was kind of all choreographed. I don't think there were any Israelis killed. Maybe there was one Israeli killed or wounded, but the numbers were not like now. So that would probably, if an event like that happened, then I think Trump would probably be willing. But I sense, Trump keeps talking about negotiations. I don't think the Iranians especially since we just assassinated some of their negotiators, or Israel did, it does seem that he's reticent. That's my reading of it. But Trump is so mercurial and so impulsive, and what he says one day denies the next. He's a very hard person to read. He probably can't read himself. So I guess the red line is if U.S. installations are hit, my guess is that the Iranians are not going to do it because they've got enough on their hands with the Israelis.
All right, let me turn now to Gaza. Tell me what your sense is of an end game there, if there is one, and how these events will shape any change, if any, in what Israel seems to want to do there.
Well, the war with Iran, or the conflict with Iran, will clearly accelerate the genocide in Gaza. I think this is the last chapter of the genocide. Israel has no intention of lifting the blockade, which includes food. People are starving. They are rushing on, and they've very cynically set up this, Gaza Aid Foundation in the south. Nobody argues that there's anywhere enough food. I think there's only 4 feeding hubs. I'm not sure even they're operable. Every day they're firing on desperate crowds, killing people, a few dozen people a day. And what they're doing is using those food hubs, which are all in the south along the 9-mile border between Gaza and Egypt, around Rafah, or this border city, Rafah, to entice people down to the south. And I wouldn't be surprised if at a certain point the Israelis facilitate a breach in the fence, because there are parts of that border that are just fence. And despite deep Egyptian objections, allow Palestinians to essentially stampede into the northern Sinai. It may end some other way. I don't know. But that, I think we're now seeing the last few weeks of the genocide. And I think Israel is thrilled that the focus is on Iran and the Iran-Israel conflict because it gives them a free hand. They just got internet, so they can't even get images out of Gaza. They have no intention of lifting the food blockade. Starvation works. There's just nothing left. There's no clean water. 90% of Gazans are sleeping amid rubble or in the open air in improvised tents. The disease is rampant, respiratory diseases, scabies, of course, all the diseases, hepatitis that comes with drinking unclean water. The hospitals are gone. The fuel supplies are running out. So the emergency vehicles, I think they have 53 ambulances. Less than half are working because they can't get fuel. So Israel will accelerate this process while the world isn't focused on it, and seeks to essentially empty Gaza and resettle it with Jewish colonists. There have already been conferences in Israel with attempting to recruit Israelis to be colonists, especially in northern Gaza. And that's my fear. The question is where the Palestinians are going to go. I'm not sure even Israel probably could answer that question right now. But that this is the final drive to push them out. And then we will see Israel turn on the West Bank. 40,000 Palestinians have already been driven from their homes since October 7th. Since the October 7th attacks, Israel has seized huge areas of land, and they've now announced a whole blockade of the West Bank itself.
Any opposition inside Israel that you know of that has existed all the way through? How is it reacting to all of this?
Well, there's heavy opposition to Netanyahu, but from opinion polls, there's not much opposition to the genocide. And I think, the fantasy is somehow replacing Netanyahu with someone else. It may, in getting rid of these rabid right-wing fanatics like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and others, it may give it a more palatable face to the Israeli government. But I don't think that that will in any way disrupt Israeli policy towards the Palestinians, which has very, very broad support.
And how do you account for that?
Well, the trauma of October 7th, and then also Israel. I mean, and Elon Pape wrote a very good article about this a few years ago. Israeli Jews are just indoctrinated with this kind of demonization of Arabs or Palestinians from, grade school on, and this mantra of, the whole world wants to kill us if we don't kill them first. But that's been all transferred in particular towards Arabs and towards Palestinians. And then by severing very few, used to be when I lived in Israel, large numbers of Palestinians, several 100,000, both out of Gaza and the West Bank, worked in Israel. So at least there was some kind of human contact. That now that's gone. There's after October 7th, I forget the numbers, about 110,000 or something Palestinians worked in Israel. That all the work permits were cut. So there's no contact at all with the Palestinians. And I think there is this belief that we can, solve this problem, which has been bedeviling Israel for 7 decades, by just erasing the Palestinians, by getting rid of them. That is, and I think October 7th exacerbated those feelings, which were always there. I mean, but the trauma of October 7th, I think, plays a large part of it.
Do you ever hear that the model for all of this is the United States and what it did to its indigenous population?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know that it's the classic settler colonial model. So it wouldn't be limited to the United States. It's what the British did in India. It's what the British did in Kenya. It's what the French did in Algeria. Settler colonial projects are very similar in terms of the patterns that they create. So it is. Of course, we are a settler colonial project as well. So yeah, I think the difference is between our settler colonial project and the Zionist settler colonial project is that we killed 90% of the indigenous. And that's the lesson, when you're in Tasmania, where they killed all the Tasmanians, or southern Argentina and the Pampas, or, when you actually obliterate them in a genocide, then they can't offer resistance. The Palestinians were never obliterated the way we annihilated Native Americans, especially after the attack on the 200 soldiers under Custer's command, where the U.S. government just adopted a policy to either kill them, including starving them, by the way, or denying them sources of food, or putting them in POW camps, which later became named reservations. And so the numbers of Palestinians, both in the diaspora and with still on historic Palestine, 2.2, 2.3 million in Gaza, it creates a different kind of scenario for Israel. If they can push them out, if they can dispossess them the way the Turks did the Armenians, that I think that's the point. So the Armenian genocide, you had huge numbers of Armenians who were killed, but then large numbers of Armenians that were pushed over the deserts in Syria and out of the country. So it's a little different, but I think it's tied. It is the classic behavior of any settler colonial state.
Chris, we've run out of time. I want to thank you enormously for sharing your history, your study, and your acute observations on that situation. And I also want to commend you for the courage you've shown, particularly over the last few years, in being an important voice in the United States for some sane understanding of what's going on, and a willingness to take the sides when you see them needing to be taken. My hat's off to you and my appreciation. And thank you again for sharing your insights with us.
Thank you, Rick.
To my audience, I want to close as I always do, that I look forward to speaking with you again next week. Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. I want to begin by thanking Charlie Fabian and all of you who have sent in materials for Charlie to work up and to help us plan our programs. You can and please do continue to send us what you have. charlie.info438@gmail.com. And likewise, our recommendation that if you like this program and the economic analyses we present, then there's a companion volume that you will find useful called Understanding Capitalism, which begins with these kinds of segments but goes into them much more systematically and much more deeply than we have the time to do here. It's available, as all of our books are, at our website. Today is going to be a special program. We're not going to have short segments. We're not going to have a guest to interview. Instead, I've prepared a presentation that responds to something many of you have asked me to do, plus something which the literature exploding all around us, articles, books, newspaper stories, videos, obviously show an interest. It has to do with whether the category of fascism applies to what is going on in the United States today. On the 14th of June, there were demonstrations all over the country. Many of them carried signs opposing fascism in the United States in one form or another. So let us do this in a reasonable, thoughtful way. So I'm going to call today's program, How Far Does the Fascism Analogy Work? Does it illuminate, and to what extent, what is going on in the United States today? And I'm going to use a systematic comparison between the most important historical case of fascism, that of Nazi Germany, with what is going on here. And I think that will help us see how far the analogy works, what are the similarities, but what also are the differences. So I'm going to begin with Germany. And the story of fascism in Germany is a story of a working class, the German working class, that was lifted up in a spectacular way across the 19th century, all the way up to 1918. Why that year? Because that is the last year of World War I. Before that war began, which is 1914, Germany had gone from being a collection of small little countries, not all one country at all, many small principalities, dukedoms, little kingdoms, divided, hostile, often speaking languages that were similar but dialectic and different in their dialects, and so on. The 19th century saw Germany go from a backwater agricultural society to a modern industrial society, to go from many scattered jurisdictions to one unified, powerful German nation. And through it all, a rising standard of living and the arrival of a modern, highly skilled, highly industrialized working class. The 19th century was a good century for the rise of Germany. Its most spectacular politician, Otto von Bismarck, rose with it. The great unifier fought a whole bunch of wars to bring all of these little countries under one umbrella and to make a powerful modern Germany. In fact, by the second half of the 19th century, Germany and the United States were the two big up-and-coming economic powerhouses both of whom, in their different ways, challenging the dominant economic power of that time, the British Empire. World War I changed that. The German working class, which had felt itself to be the most educated, the most sophisticated, the most modern, and in many ways they were. The German working class who had seen the 20th century as the new century in which they would really rise to their full potential. These were German working class families that had done well enough in the 19th century to have real savings. The Germans were and are very frugal people. They really felt that they were on the cusp of being the great German Empire. They had acquired some colonies in Africa and elsewhere by that time, so they were competing globally with countries like England and France, who had been doing it for a longer time. Everything was smashed in World War I. No one had prepared the German working class for the possibility, let alone the reality, that they would fight a war and they would lose. And in those years, from when the loss became clear, 1917, 1918, in the years that followed, the German working class suffered what can only be called a trauma. And of course, I'm doing this because I'm going to show you that the United States isn't so different. But back to Germany. What happened? They lost the war. Part of the punishment of being the loser in the war was that their colonies were taken away from them and given to France or Britain and so on. More than that, they were forced to pay reparations, huge punishment fines after the war was over that they had to pay for years after the war to the countries that had defeated them, above all, Britain and France. Britain and France had borrowed from the United States to fight the war, so they used the reparations Germany gave them to pay back their loans to the United States. So the U.S., Western Europe, all lived off of, in large part, the Germans who paid reparations. In part because that bankrupted Germany, they suffered an inflation, the worst inflation any modern industrialized economy has faced in the last several centuries. During the year 1923, the German currency went from about 6 or 7 to a U.S. dollar to $1 billion for a U.S. dollar. Germans took their paycheck in a bag, paper currency in a bag at midday lunch break, ran home, gave it to someone in their family who would run to the store to spend that money, because if you didn't spend it right away, by the end of the day, it wouldn't be worth anything. Prices were doubling every 45 minutes. Americans have no idea what such a thing can be, but I'm talking about something literally a century ago. This is not ancient history. But what it did was wipe out the savings of the German working class. In 1 year, gone. You may have saved for 50 years across 3 generations, and what you had saved was now enough to buy maybe a quarter pound of butter. That was 1923. A few years later, 6 years later, the Great Depression hit, the collapse of global capitalism, 1929. And what had not been destroyed by the war and by the inflation was completely destroyed by the Depression, which threw millions of Germans out of work. It was too much for any working class to suffer. Everything destroyed. Your savings, your job, your income, your community, your hopes, your future, everything. And that created a desperation which the political leaders of the time were unable to cope with. The right wing couldn't, the left wing couldn't. The conventional parties acted like they couldn't imagine what to do. Or worse, they did things which made everything worse. The mass of the people began to look for more extreme political spokespeople because the conventional, traditional ones sounded so empty-headed, so lame, and so totally inadequate. On the left, that meant the rise of the socialist and communist parties of Germany, who in the last election they had, 1932, together got half the vote. And Mr. Hitler of the extreme right wing got roughly the other half. The German industrialists looked at this situation, the collapse of their economy, the collapse of their society, the rise of socialists and communists who both declared capitalism to be their enemy and what had to go. So the business community said, we have to make common cause with this character, this little short fellow with the mustache, whom they didn't like, whom they didn't want, whom they had imprisoned earlier, looked down on as odd, but they made a deal because they needed a political force in order to survive. That's what they felt like as capitalists, as employers. So a deal was struck between the employers and Mr. Hitler, and that's how he came to power in the January of 1933. Here's my point. The United States also in the 19th century developed and delivered to its people an incredible rising standard of living. The difference was they didn't lose World War I, so it continued, and they didn't lose World War II. And indeed, after World War II, the American working class enjoyed a situation that no working class had had before. High and rising standard of living, high and rising wages. The American working class, like the Germans before them, thought that this would never end, thought that this would last forever, thought that they were the special United States, the exception where enterprise would succeed and where wages would rise. And then came 1970. And in the 1970s, all of that came to an end. It wasn't a war, the way it had done it to the German working class, but it was something just as bad. Three things happened in the 1970s and 80s that changed everything. Number one, a technical revolution. The computer, then the robot, then artificial intelligence, wiping out millions of jobs. And where? In the best paid white male industrial workers, the ones who had strong unions. Number two, many of those jobs that didn't disappear with automation were relocated to China, to Brazil, to India. Millions of jobs lost to relocation because companies could make more profits producing with lower wage workers over there, so they went there. They could make more profits by serving the big markets over there, which were growing faster than the American one by that time. And finally, the immigrants who came in desperate because of the changes in their society, looking for jobs, willing to work under poorer conditions and lower wages than Americans had gotten used to. A 1-2-3 punch: automation, relocation, immigration. And for white, well-paid, male, unionized American workers in manufacturing, it was as devastating a trauma as that suffered by the German working class from 1918 to 1929. We've come to the end of the first half. In the second half, I'll show you how that parallel shapes our conditions right now. Before we jump into the second half of today's show, I wanted to thank you for your very generous response to our fundraising efforts this year, and in particular in the last couple of months. And in part responding to that, we are extending the availability of our limited edition, linen-covered, hardcover version of Understanding Capitalism, the book I wrote and that we have been making available now for quite a while. If you are interested, I will be signing copies of that hardcover, and they will be available to you as they have been over the last few weeks. Just simply send an email to us at info@democracyatwork.info and put in the subject line limited edition. We will send you all the information you need to order and receive your copy, signed copy, of Understanding Capitalism in its hardback. And thank you again for your kind attention to the fundraising dimension of what we do. Welcome back, friends, to the second half of today's economic update. We are discussing the parallels between Germany and its fascism and what the United States is going through now. Before the break, we were up to the parallel trauma of the German working class under its conditions after World War I, and now the American working class under its conditions after World War II. Since 1970s, the three, immigration, relocation of jobs abroad, and automation, have decimated the jobs of the white, male, working class, unionized workers. Millions and millions of them lost their jobs, lost their income, lost their self-esteem, plunged their communities into economic difficulty because people didn't have the jobs to earn the money to spend it in the local bowling alley or the local dry cleaner or anywhere else. And the problem in the United States was like what happened in Germany. The two political parties were useless. The Republican Party was a cheerleader for the automation and the relocation and the immigration, and so was the Democratic Party. They had been captured by the big businesses who wanted to replace workers with machines because it was profitable, who wanted to move jobs out of the country because it was profitable, who wanted to hire low-wage immigrants because it was profitable, and who did all that, and who made sure the two political parties whom they funded didn't stand in the way. We cheered on globalization. We cheered on all of the engineers we hyped and to whom we showered praise and money and opportunity. Meanwhile, the conditions of the mass of Americans deteriorated, particularly, again, the white, male, unionized manufacturing workers. Not only them, but mostly them. They turned to the two political parties and they got nothing. Meanwhile, after long suffering, oppressed groups in the United States, women who were second-class citizens, economically for sure, black and brown people, ditto, were struggling to have their place in the United States and were making enough noise that the political parties paid some attention to them. Didn't help them a lot, didn't help them very quickly, but helped them a little and with a lot of symbolic. And you know what that did? That freaked out the white, male, unemployed man who began to feel, I'm not worth helping, but these other people are. And when that situation arose, there would always be, in this country as elsewhere, demagogues, political hustlers who saw in this emerging tension an opportunity. Tell the working class that your enemy is those black and brown people, the women too, the ones getting ahead. They're taking your job. Why would the Republicans and the Democrats, one loudly, one softly, say such things? They would say them because neither of them has the courage to attack the businesses whose profit-maximizing strategy lies behind all of this. Businesses chose to go to China. No one held a gun to their face. Businesses chose to get rid of jobs for technology. No one held a gun to their head. Businesses looked for opportunities to rip off immigrants by paying them less. But it worked. The demagogues arose. In Germany, the demagogue was Adolf Hitler. He told the German people, you got two enemies, the Jews and foreigners. Mr. Trump arose and told us, immigrants and foreigners, very similar. He turned the upset, the genuine suffering of white male manufacturing workers against women, blacks, and browns. Easy with American history. Hitler found it easy to turn Germans against foreigners and Jews, too, because that existed for a long time. Anti-Semitism in Germany, as elsewhere in Europe. Notice the similarities. Eventually, the hostility that was initially a way of moving ahead politically, this antipathy to Jews, got so hysterical on the part of these people, like Hitler, that he literally exterminated millions of people in ovens. Mr. Trump isn't there yet, but he has empowered the equivalent of stormtroopers. That's what they were called in Germany. The ICE folks, the people who treat immigrants in an unbelievably callous way, faces covered, no ideas, acting as if they have the authority to bully, to hurt, to export, to deport without due process of any kind. That's what Hitler's SS did too. That's what the Gestapo did too. You're caught up in your own ideological craziness, as I have tried to argue here and as many others have. The problems of the American economy have very little to do with immigration. They're too few, they're too poor, they couldn't possibly explain the difficulties of white, male manufacturing workers in this country, any more than Jews had much to do with the crisis of Germany's working class. It takes an extraordinarily, how shall I say, a person with a very ambiguous relationship with the truth, to start babbling, to get people's misery to turn them against other people and make them miserable, too. We're not at it. We're not yet fascistic. But we have made many of the steps that go in that direction because we have many of the qualities of a difficult economy pushing us that way. And no leaders, no Democrat and no Republican, able or willing to stand up and say what I've been saying. Nothing I'm saying here is secret. Everything is available in the history books. That's where I learned it too. So what are the differences? Here we go. In Germany, the fascists had a real problem. Namely the communists and the socialists. Half the country was communist and socialist, and they fought not just at the ballot box, but in the streets too. So things had to go way further to shut that society down. Here in the United States, Mr. Trump doesn't face a well-organized left. The irony of this country is that the left, while it is large in terms of the number of people, think about how many came out on June 14th in 1,500 cities and towns across America. Oh, it's there. but it's not well organized. It doesn't have powerful political parties of its own. It doesn't mobilize to win elections. It doesn't mobilize to get out into the street, except once in a while when things push it far enough, like on June 14th. And why is that? Why was the left well organized in Germany and poorly organized here? Because after World War II, after the Great New Deal, the business community and the right wing in America went to work to destroy the organizations of the American left. One communist, two socialist party, and the CIO, the Congress of Industrial Organizations, the greatest labor union drive in American history. We never had anything like that before. We've never had one since. All those organizations were destroyed after 1945. Their people arrested, their people hounded out of the country, their people hounded out of their jobs. You called yourself a communist or a socialist, you could kiss your job goodbye, and worse. The CIO represented nearly a third of the American working class. Today it represents a tenth. Everything has been done to break those organizations down. And so we are defenseless against Mr. Trump, aren't we? He doesn't have to yet deploy full fascism. So we don't have it yet. But if you want to see its beginnings, notice that the ICE people seem entitled to have masks so you can't identify them, to deny you their names when you ask for them, to behave in a way we permit no other police to behave. We have a special police. That's what Hitler did too. We're not there yet. But the conditions that brought us to this place are very similar. In the end, Mr. Hitler went so far in exterminating Jews to produce a horror around the world that came back to undo Mr. Hitler. Likewise, his hatred of foreigners led him to believe that the German army could walk across Poland and Russia and Czechoslovakia and all those other places, and he tried, and he was defeated. War and extermination of state scapegoat. Does it sound similar? Are we trying to exterminate our immigrant population? Are we moving in that direction? Have Mr. Trump's spectacular inability to end the war in Ukraine, which he promised to do, to end the war of the Jewish leaders of Israel against the Palestinians in Gaza, that hasn't come to an end. That's gotten worse. Mr. Trump spoke of endless wars. Right. That too was a feature of Mr. Hitler that brought him down. Turned out the extermination of a scapegoat and the attack on foreigners is very fascistic, leads in fascistic directions, but it also points to that which in the end ends fascism. In 1945, Mr. Hitler vanished, either by suicide or in some other way we'll never know. But the German experience with fascism was over. From 1933 to 1945, 12 years. Could have been very different. Has been very different ever since. Will the United States stay on the road it has been on to have yet more similarities to fascism? Not yet, but the analogy takes on more relevance with each passing month. Thank you for your attention. I hope you found this historical parallel type of analysis interesting, thoughtful for you to think about. And as always, I look forward to speaking with you again next week. Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. As usual, before jumping in, I want to remind you that Charlie Fabian is awaiting your communications if you have ideas, suggestions, criticisms that you want to pass on to us. Just write him at charlie.info438@gmail.com. I also want to remind you that Understanding Capitalism, a new book we released this year, is a kind of companion volume to these programs. If you're interested in what we do here, if you find this valuable, insightful, then remember these are segments that we produce on this program. If you want to go into the same material in some depth, that's the book for you. It's a kind of companion to this program. Okay, today we have a very interesting program. We're going to start by talking about the U.S.-Iran military conflict. Then we're going to have a few words about the remarkable election in the Democratic primary for mayor, the election of Mr. Mamdani, who won that race. We're going to do it in much more detail a week from now, or the whole program will be devoted to that, but a few preliminaries we can already talk to you about. Then the resignation of two union leaders from the Democratic National Committee, which is very closely related to the significance of the Mamdani victory in New York. And then finally, a milestone in the economic growth of the BRICS alliance that is now the center of the world economy and the largest bloc, richest bloc in it. In the second half, we will be interviewing two members of the orchestra at the Metropolitan Opera in New York City. That is the #1 opera here in the United States and one of the great opera centers of the whole world. It has a spectacularly fine orchestra. I've gone several times myself, and I can tell you it is magical. And these musicians, however, are also members of a union, and a union that is fighting with their management in ways that will affect the future of the opera in New York, the place it occupies in the middle of Lincoln Center, but culture more broadly, because it's a fight about our culture and what its values will be. I think you'll find it remarkably interesting. Okay, let's jump right in. You all know, because it was front page news, that a few weeks ago, the United States sent military airplanes, B-2s, over the country of Iran and dropped some of the largest bombs that exist in the world on 3 different locations in Iran, where the U.S. government said they suspected enrichment of uranium to the point of where it could become a weapon, an atomic bomb in effect. I'm not going to talk about the fact that Iran was not at war with the United States or the United States with it, that this was a completely unilateral decision made by Mr. Trump, who, having promised to end the endless wars, that's his term, not only hasn't ended the one in Ukraine, not only hasn't ended the one in Gaza, but has apparently decided to start another one. I'm not going to talk about those issues around that. I want, however, to draw a lesson from what happened. A couple of days later, the Iranians responded by sending missiles over and damaging an American military base, the largest American military base in the Middle East, which is in the country of Qatar. Here's what I want you to think about with me. If there was a serious risk of nuclear development, of bombing, of enrichment of uranium beyond what you use for generating electricity, and that which can be so terribly destructive, dropping a massive bomb on such a facility risks what? It risks spreading radioactivity. You're not sure exactly what's down there. That was admitted. Well, if you're not sure, why would you take such a risk? 2 days later, the Iranians sent missiles crashing into and exploding parts of the American military base, where the Iranians would have had to assume there would be nuclear bombs or nuclear missiles stored by the United States. That's what military bases do. Well, here's what's likely the answer to my wondering. Both sides knew that none of that was there. Had Mr. Trump risked releasing radioactivity into the air, he would have been guilty of an incredible war crime. The only thing comparable was the dropping of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of World War II, and we were at war at that time. Not that that justified it, but we were at war. We were not at war with Iran. So what the heck is going on? We don't know what was at the bottom of the mountains that the United States bombed, and we don't know what was in the base that the Iranians bombed. But here's the most reasonable guess. The United States knew that the stuff wasn't there in Iran, and Iran knew that the nuclear stuff wasn't there in Qatar. So what was all this about? We are now living in a society in which we are kept from knowledge of what is really going on and presented instead with carefully choreographed political theater. That's all we really know. A theatrical one-off strike with bombs that immediately stop and don't resume. And the other side does the same thing in reverse with missiles. And there we are. Neither of them can explain what they were doing in any way that makes sense. And we are left not to know. That was never the intent of the notion of a democratic society. I want to turn next to the Democratic race for mayor that was won by Zoran Mamdani. It is really crucial that people understand what a new milestone has been achieved. A few years ago, a socialist named Bernie Sanders proved that millions of Americans were more than willing to listen to, support, vote for, organized for a socialist. A few years later, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez proved that a dynamic, young, energetic socialist could win and hold support in a corner of New York City. And now we have Mr. Mamdani proving that what Ocasio-Cortez in a part of New York City achieved, he can achieve for the whole city. And which city is it? One of the world's great cities, New York. The United States' #1 city, New York, where a big majority, Mr. Mamdani didn't win by a little, he won by a great deal over the former governor, a regular hack Democratic politician who came in a very distant second. This is a bombshell. This is shaking up all of the political establishment, not just the Democrats, as you can see from the grudging admiration that even several Republicans could not help themselves but show. It is a sign that the times are changing, and changing in big, powerful ways. Millions of New Yorkers are excited by this new opportunity for what was purged out of American politics over the last 70 years, socialism, to show its power the way it has all around the world by showing it can excite and win the support of people here in the United States in a big, powerful way. My next update, and I should mention, next week's program will be entirely devoted to explaining the background, the significance, where the Mamdani administration can take us, deal with it give it the attention that it deserves. My next update has to do with the fact that two union leaders, Randy Weingarten, the head of the American Federation of Teachers, and Mr. Saunders, Lee Saunders, the head of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. They both sat on the Democratic National Committee, and they both resigned from that committee, as had the young man, David Hogg, who was a survivor of the shooting and began to be a spokesman for the needs of young people to be safe in their schools. Hogg, Weingarten, Saunders, they all said the party is dying. The party is drying up. The party is not appealing to the people it could and should be appealing to. And you know who is appealing to them? Zoran Mamdani. That's the link between these two stories. What the union leaders were complaining about, what they wanted to dramatize by quitting the Democratic National Committee, was then reinforced by Mamdani winning. He shows what kind of Democrat can stunningly win, and win big. They criticize what is a losing proposition, or as David Hogg said, a Democratic National Committee that is asleep at the wheel. My last update that I have time for was news this last week or so ago from the BRICS. That's that alliance I have been talking to you about: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now a dozen other nations with them. They are now the largest economic bloc in the world, much larger than the United States and its big allies, the G7. But here's what the BRICS announced that I want you to think about. They just crossed $1 trillion worth of trade among them. that is, among Russia, China, India, Brazil, and so on. Why is that important? United States strategy in Ukraine was a failure because you didn't understand that Russia could turn and trade with the BRICS after it lost the ability to trade with Europe. And you don't understand why China stands up to Mr. Trump's tariffs unless you understand that China can turn to the BRICS to sell what it can't sell in the United States. Mr. Trump, as I have told you before, his tariffs are serving to isolate the United States, no one else. We've come to the end of the first half. Please stay with us for a really insightful interview with the New York Metropolitan Opera musicians. Before we jump into the second half of today's show, I wanted to thank you for your very generous response to our fundraising efforts this year, and in particular in the last couple of months. And in part responding to that, we are extending the availability of our limited edition linen-covered hardcover version of Understanding Capitalism, the book I wrote and that we have been making available now for quite a while. If you are interested, I will be signing copies of that hardcover, and they will be available to you as they have been over the last few weeks. Just simply send an email to us at info@democracyatwork.info and put in the subject line limited edition. We will send you all the information you need to order and receive your copy, signed copy, of Understanding Capitalism in its hardback. And thank you again for your kind attention to the fundraising dimension of what we do. Welcome back, friends, to the second half of today's economic update. I am very proud and glad to bring to our microphones and to our cameras two people I have gotten to know who are musicians on the orchestra of the Metropolitan Opera at Lincoln Center in New York City. The first is Stephanie Mortimer. She's been the principal, and I know I want to pronounce this right, piccoloist of the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra since 2000. She's chair of the Met Orchestra Committee for the past 3 years. She was a member of the negotiating team for the 2021 collective bargaining agreement and for the orchestra's return to work following the pandemic. During the furlough of that pandemic, she had a grassroots team of volunteer musicians who raised over $1 million, largely through small donations, to help support their colleagues in need and to ensure the Met Orchestra remained a visible and vibrant force in the cultural life of New York City. And before I introduce our second musician guests, I want to underscore that the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra is one of the great orchestras of this country and indeed of the world. Opera is a major phenomenon around the world, more so than in the United States. This is the #1 opera in the United States, so we're talking about one of the great musical assemblages that this country has, and we should think of it as a national treasure. The second guest is Javier Gandara. He has been a member of the Met Opera Orchestra since 1999. He began his professional career at age 16 when he won a position in the Puerto Rico Symphony in San Juan. He later graduated from the Juilliard School and has held positions with several European orchestras as well as the Oregon Symphony. He was elected to the Musicians Union Committee for 6 two-year terms, helping negotiate 3 collective bargaining agreements and a separate media contract with the Met. So I want you all please to welcome these two professional musicians and strong union leaders to our program. Thank you both for giving us your time.
Thank you for.
Let me start by asking Javier, if I may, just to tell us what's at issue. I know you are bargaining with the Metropolitan Opera, that you have issues that have been building for some time, and that you are, as a group now, pretty solidly committed to having those issues addressed. Can you give us a quick summary so that other working people and other musicians can have a sense of where you are?
Well, we are seeking parity with groups that are our peers in the rest of the country. But we also, one thing that is fundamental to our struggle is, of course, we want better working conditions and wages that allow us to live in the city that we work in. But we find ourselves also, our struggle is to maintain the quality that has been able to be built over the past, 142 years of the Met's existence. The level of performance that has been able to build over that time, we find that our struggle is to retain, to be able to hire new talent and to retain the quality of the institution.
And how has that been problematized? Why has that become difficult over the recent years and built up to this moment of struggle?
Right. All institutions, I think, have that internal struggle about finances, balancing finances, and artistic quality or artistic direction, right? I think nonprofits especially, maybe, and it's something that you've mentioned in the program before, is that directors of nonprofit institutions have this notion that the people that work in nonprofits should be happy just to work and to do this work. And they're usually not compensating, thinking of the general market, right? So they have this market mentality for everything except for the nonprofit. And that we know is a mistake. And we know that the men in the past and all institutions that want to reach the highest artistic quality, they do know that they have to invest in the people who work there to hire the best people and retain them.
You know, I was struck when I spoke to some of you to prepare for this program to hear about how you, as working people, experienced the pandemic. Could you give me and our audience a sense of what happened and how that was experienced by the Met Orchestra musicians?
So we were, it was very traumatic. We were furloughed for 18 months with no salary. And it's important to note that this was not a common occurrence in our industry. When we were first furloughed, I think it was thought that all the orchestras would follow suit. But in fact, they all paid their musicians while we went without salary for that entire time. And we haven't received any back pay for any of that. So it was a very destabilizing time. And it was...
Could I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Stephanie, could I interrupt you? Yeah. Besides being thunderstruck to hear such a thing, why didn't the Met avail itself of the federal supports that countless other employers did to help, at least to some extent, get their workers through this period, since the pandemic is in no way, shape, or form the fault of the musician? How in the world did the management there fail to do that?
That's a good question. Actually, the Met, as well as a few other arts institutions, such as Boston Symphony, I believe, were not eligible for those federal monies because they were simply too big. So we didn't get any of that help, unfortunately.
So the worker there, because your employer is big, the worker is... the logic there is... Anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead. Give us more of a sense of how that then played out if you've never been compensated since.
Yeah. So, I mean, we were, of course, negotiating the contract for this entire time, trying to get back to work. And it took all of 18 months to do so. During that time, though, we didn't just sit by idly. We actually decided to help ourselves since we were not getting the assistance we needed from our employer. And we were able to, as you mentioned, raise over $1 million in small donations to help our musicians. And this came from our supporters and fans all over the world. That global community really came out to support our orchestra. So even though this was a really, really difficult time, it was actually very unifying for our group. And we still have that solidarity today. And we have just started negotiations, and we know we still have this solidarity within our orchestra. And we are looking to ensure economic stability for the future so that we can have security for our musicians. And we're pretty sure that our group is strong and unified to carry us through our fight.
Give me a rough idea of the relationship between the pay scale at the Met Orchestra and other comparable orchestras around the U.S.
So while we have fallen really far behind the cost of living, that has not happened to our peer orchestras. A 25-year career veteran string player in our orchestra is making a few $100s less than they did in 2011. Where at the same time, the cost of living in New York has skyrocketed. I mean, it's gone up by, I think, over 40%. And so our peer orchestras have not seen that. They are actually keeping up with the cost of living. I mean, the New York Philharmonic just negotiated actually a staggering deal right across the plaza, and other orchestras around the country, and not just our peers. We're seeing gains for smaller orchestras, and we need to have that same consideration for our group.
Is there any justification? I don't want you to give me the arguments your managers do, but is there any justification that we're going to hear in the press or elsewhere for how and why you have been treated so badly relative? I mean, to get to the level of musician, I know, I played the violin in my life too. You have to spend a whole lifetime practicing and developing. It is a lifelong learning and work to do what you do. How is this? What possible justification could they offer for this?
The justification is usually that they're protecting the institution, that the institution will survive because they're being very conservative in how they're spending money. The problem with that argument is that the institution is not the building, right? During the pandemic, I remember going often and sitting in front of Lincoln Center, which one thing that is I think worth noting is that different cities throughout the country reacted in different ways to the pandemic. In Dallas, for example, the Dallas Symphony performed throughout the pandemic. They had chamber and full orchestra concerts with very few concert goers allowed to come into the theater because of the distancing necessary. And the protocol for testing was incredible that the musicians underwent to be able to perform. But all this was done because the board of directors of that orchestra thought it was important to keep the musicians working and not to stop the cultural life of the city. In New York, everything was shut down. You would sit in front of Lincoln Center, and the New York Philharmonic, the ballet, the Met, it was completely dark, and that was unfortunate that there were not more efforts made to keep some kind of concert series going. We did individually, and one incredibly positive thing that came out of the pandemic was that because the Met Orchestra, we were on our own setting up chamber music concerts throughout the city. One of the things that made it into our contract in 2021 was a permanent, so far, chamber music series, which is a co-production of the Metropolitan Opera and Carnegie Hall. So the musicians of the Met Orchestra have a series of 7 or 8 concerts every year, curated by the musicians of the Met Opera and performed on our day off. So that's either on a Sunday or on a Monday, depending on what our day off is. and we put on those concerts at Carnegie Hall. They've been incredibly successful, sold out. It's good for us because they pay us to do it, and also it artistically it's important because it keeps our chamber music as another aspect of a musician's life, and it provides that, and also accompanied by every single one of those concerts is a free concert to be performed that Carnegie Hall schedules throughout the city of New York as part of that series.
You know, I am struck. Allow me to say it. Look what you have just told us, that the management of the so-called important institution couldn't keep it going, but the workers in that institution figured out how to do that.
Right.
You know, it makes you wonder whether the whole way of organizing enterprises in this country, profitable and non-profitable, is upside down. We leave it in the hands of a small group of people whose logic and whose goals are different from that of the you wanted to keep working, and the community needed your work. And that wasn't accomplished by the management. It had to be accomplished despite the management.
Right.
Listen, as often happens on this show, we have run out of time. And here's what I would like to propose. If you're willing, once your negotiations are underway, maybe this autumn, if that's still going, we will bring you back and we will have an update conversation on how things have gone for you. And by that time, we'll have an audience that is cheering you on and will want to hear what they hope is the news that your solidarity has paid off.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you, both of you, Javier, Stephanie. I really appreciate your time, and we will look forward and be in touch with you about doing this again in the fall.
Thank you so much.
And to all my audience, as usual, I look forward to speaking with you again next week. Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. I want to remind you that Charlie Fabian is waiting word from you if you have suggestions or proposals or comments on our programming. You can reach him, as always, at charlie.info438@gmail.com. And likewise, a reminder that a companion volume to these programs is Understanding Capitalism, a book I wrote and that we released here at Democracy at Work earlier this year, and that goes into greater depth and detail on the points that we raise in and by means of these more topically focused segments. Today we're going to be talking about the so-called Medicare Advantage. We're going to be talking again about the implications of the victory by Zoran Mamdani in New York City in the Democratic primary for mayor, and the bill, the new budget bill that President Trump signed and that we are now working under in this country, and if time permits, about the relationship between Mexico and the BRICS alliance. Okay, let's jump in. It is not altogether clear, not to me, not to the media, not even to Congress, what the exact consequences of the new Trump budget will be when it comes to medical insurance provided to the American people. There are cuts, especially, apparently, in Medicaid. That's the medical insurance for the poorest people among us. The Republican-led Congress saw fit to cut that by a lot. Although, again, the exact amounts, the forms they take, the timing of them is all up in the air. And since these programs, like many others, involve cooperation between the federal government and the state governments, all 50 of them, the impact on you and me will depend not merely on what the federal government does, but how each of the state governments react to what the federal government does. So, for example, if the federal government cuts something, the state government can step in and compensate, can spend more on that than the federal government did. That is often possible, that often occurs. On the other hand, the state government can make matters worse by adding its own cuts on top of those that the federal government makes. All of that is why the exact outcome is something nobody can say with clear authority, and if you hear someone do it, you should raise an eyebrow, to say the least. One of the major things that may happen is the extension of a practice well known in the Medicaid area, extending it to the Medicare system. Again, a reminder, Medicaid is for poor people who can't afford it. Medicare is a program open to everyone who's elderly beyond the cutoff ages in the 60s that make you eligible in your declining years, toward the end of your life, for medical care, not necessarily connected to how wealthy you are or are not. This is called pre-authorization, and in the mouths and minds of critics, it is nothing short of a scam. What does pre-authorization mean? It means if you have a problem and you have an injury, you have an illness, before you can get the medication or the procedure that your doctor thinks you need, you must get pre-authorization from the insurance that you carry, if you have some. And what this does is often lead to conflict where the insurer says, I'm not covering that. And then you can't proceed, because if you proceed anyway, then the bill comes to you, not to the insurer, to whom you've been paying premiums in many cases. So this is a very serious problem, and the Medicare community, which is tens of millions of Americans, is facing the risk that that may be coming. And it's well known that if you require pre-authorization, many people who need a procedure will be told you can't have it and will simply go away and do without it and get sicker or die sooner, whatever it is. And it is admitted by the more conservative types that this is a way to spend less money on poor people or on old people. And that's clearly what the motivation for the Republican Party was. It's clear that if you wanted to solve the problems, and by the way, the excuse given is some doctors overuse or overprescribe medications or procedures. No doubt that's true, but you ought to be able to check on those people, to have a system of controls, which all such bureaucracies are supposed to have anyway. You don't solve a problem by some people scamming by having the whole system be denied. It's a little bit like saying, we're not going to give you all your freedoms because some of you abuse the freedom you have. Yes, some of us do. That's a problem, and we should solve it. But we don't do that by denying us all something we all need and benefit from. What we're watching is, as I've told you many times, is a declining American empire, a declining American capitalism, and what happens when that decline sets in is that the people at the top, the rich, the powerful, they hold on to what the empire gave them. And the costs of the decline, they offload onto the middle and the bottom. And that's what this is all about. And that's why it's happening in so many different areas. That's why Mr. Musk was supposed to bring efficiency to the government. No. He was supposed to cut expenditures on social programs, something the Republican Party has been committed to and the Democratic Party has allowed for most of the last half century. I want to turn next to Mr. Mamdani in New York. Once again, a socialist who ran in the Democratic Party primary last June for mayor and who won decisively, defeating the former governor, Andrew Cuomo, and a handful of other candidates. So he is now the Democratic candidate for mayor going into the general election this coming November. Two things caught my attention that ought to be seen together. Number one, the liberal-leaning New York Times refused to endorse Mr. Mamdani. The New York Times usually endorses the Democratic candidate. They did not, and apparently have no intention of endorsing Mr. Mamdani. Here's the second event. On the Democratic Party National Committee, that's the committee that runs the Democratic Party in the country as a whole, there were two union leaders who had positions on it, the head of the teachers union and the head of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. They both resigned from the Democratic National Committee, not over the Mamdani, or at least they didn't say that, but because they felt that the Democrats were not taking advantage of or speaking to the needs of ordinary people in a way that made it impossible for these union leaders to stay on the committee. Here's what's going on. Liberals are becoming a smaller and smaller part of this culture. On the right, they are facing MAGA. On the left, they are facing a mass population of working people that is disgruntled with that Democratic Party liberals. That's why those union folks quit, and wants more radical answers and proposals. That's why the overwhelming majority wants Mr. Mamdani in the Democratic community of New York, or at least an overwhelming plurality. The split between radicals and liberals is emerging. I want to remind people it happened after World War II, when the business community wanted to undo the New Deal and went after the socialist parties, the Communist Party, the CIO union movement, savagely and unrelentingly for decade after decade. The liberals caved in and joined in doing that. They were Republicans light. They never quite undid what the Republicans did to undo the New Deal, and so the country moved steadily to the right. And now it's come full circle, and the liberals are now losing the left, which may turn out to be bigger than they are. It's the middle that does not hold. And it ought to be something that all of us think about. The ascendancy in the left versus the decline of the liberals. Mr. Trump's new budget is my next topic. Is a budget that serves the top 10% of the American people. While I earlier in this program told you that 10%, and in previous programs, as I've told you, who own 2/3 of the wealth of this society, the people who really are those that run the society. The other 90% of us, we do the work, but we don't run the society. The top 10% owns 2/3 of the wealth. That is the key. Mr. Trump's budget doesn't touch that. It actually makes it worse. It provides tax cuts that will be particularly useful to the top 10%, while cutting spending that is mostly used by the bottom 90%, thereby making the inequality that already haunts this country worse. Inequality got worse across Mr. Trump's term. You know, it got worse across Mr. Biden's too, and Mr. Obama's, and Mr. Clinton's, and Mr. Bush's. They may argue over culture wars and other details, but when it comes to funding, supporting, encouraging, and deepening our capitalist inequality, we don't have two parties. We just have one, with two declining wings. It's something to think about. Just like the decision of Mexico to attend the BRICS meeting in Rio de Janeiro is one more step in the economic isolation of the United States, which is the big drama of our time, if only our mass media would dare to show that to our people. Stay with us. We'll be right back with a remarkable interview with cultural analyst Henry Giroux. Before we jump into the second half of today's show, I wanted to thank you for your very generous response to our fundraising efforts this year, and in particular in the last couple of months. And in part responding to that, we are extending the availability of our limited edition linen-covered hardcover version of Understanding Capitalism, the book I wrote and that we have been making available now for quite a while. If you are interested, I will be signing copies of that hardcover, and they will be available to you as they have been over the last few weeks. Just simply send an email to us at info@democracyatwork.info and put in the subject line limited edition. We will send you all the information you need to order and receive your copy, signed copy, of Understanding Capitalism in its hardback. And thank you again for your kind attention to the fundraising dimension of what we do. Welcome back, friends, to the second half of today's economic update. I am very pleased, proud, and honored to have with us today Professor Henry Giroux. He is at McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. There he is the chair for scholarship in the public interest in the English and Cultural Studies Department and the Paulo Freire Distinguished Scholar in Critical Pedagogy. I have been reading his articles and writings for many years, hoping to bring him onto the program, and I am really pleased that he's doing that. His recent books include Fascism on Trial, Education and the Possibility of Democracy, which he co-authored with Anthony DiMaggio, and also The Burden of Conscience, Educating Beyond the Veil of Silence. So first of all, Henry, welcome very much to Economic Update. Thank you very much for sharing your time with us.
It's a pleasure to be on. Thank you for inviting me.
All right, let's jump right in. In what sense would you say, given all the work you have done over the years, is there a cultural crisis in capitalism today?
Well, I think the crisis in capitalism probably began with capitalism. It's not a system that in any way addresses human needs, nor is it concerned about questions of equality or social justice. But I think that what we have seen, particularly since Reagan, is a crisis in which the market has become so powerful that it's indifferent